This meeting is being recorded.
Go ahead, show them what you do. Oh,
Shut up.
Good afternoon, William.
Hey, good morning, Richard.
Good afternoon.
noon.
That's right. He's in the future.
That's right. Yeah.
Shit. It's that dust. Oh. Boy.
Well,
what the hell
let's
was
see if we can get.
I have a
see
giant
if we
wrinkle
can
on my forehead. What? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just simply going to say let's see if we can get as much as you can out of this Zoom.
Okay. Hang on a minute. Oh.
Not that anybody's getting anything out of anything.
Yeah.
But that's how it usually goes. Things are seemingly happening.
Apparently, right? That's what they tell us.
Yeah. Everything's apparently
Weird.
happening. It's apparently appearing
you
because
know-
it's a dream.
Huh? Let me turn
It's
this up.
apparently appearing because it's a dream.
Right. We're the dreamt.
We're the dreamings.
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember. I'm just not the dreamer.
That's right. Not the dreamt, neither the dreamt or the dreamer, but the dreamings. And what's apparently appearing to be is simply apparently appearing, but not appearing for anybody. It's not appearing for anybody particular because we're not separate beings. We're endless and timeless and boundless.
Yeah, right. Hang on a second. My nose is running. I apologize. Oh. Oh, my nose just started running on me. Whew.
Well, let's see. How could I place this? We're appearing because we think we appear. We think we appear in a particular way, in some way that we're thinking in terms of appearances as an image, as a projection. We're not really projecting these images, but it's being projected.
Yes.
But it also seems to be intermingling with everything else. Seems to be blended in or somehow blended with the appearance of everything. As though the foreground, the midground, and the background are all one. And they apparently appear to be all one appearance. But it's our mind that partitions and separates things and categorizes, because that's just the habit, the way that the mind works. It works in terms of learning that way, learning various things like languages and mathematics, the sciences, things like that. So we spend time believing the things that we learn, and we simply know about what we've learned. And we take that knowledge base and we use it each day.
Still listening. Sorry.
It's all right. So although we appear individually, we will still self-identify with these appearances of these body mind action figures. And the body mind action figure that we see the image, and this image that we become accustomed to, we become accustomed to the same image that we see in a mirror, because it's projecting that image. And that image that it projects, we believe that. So we have to believe what we see. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. But there it is. What type of seeing are we using? Well, we're using the sight of the body mind.
Yes.
Body mind's visual field of what it gazes upon. But what it's gazing upon is not necessarily the reality base or the type of reality that we actually exist upon. We exist upon a certain reality, and we believe that to be so because we're using the eyes of the body mind to see that. Can we use sight in other ways? Well, apparently we can. Apparently we can see behind the eyes of the body mind that's utilizing these eyes. And
The non-dual.
when we say, yeah, when we say my eyes, we believe that because we associate the body mind action figure with ourselves. And we believe that for so long that that's just simply the way we think. We think that these are my eyes, it's my head, it's my body, it's my arms, my hands, my life. You know, all these objects that we take ownership. We take ownership of everything that we see. And when I'm saying we see, we're using the eyes of the body mind to see. But that's all that is, that's the body mind. But behind the sight of the body mind is another type of seeing, which is an always type of realization, or a type of seeing that goes beyond what the body mind is capable of seeing. And that is much more immediate than the sight we're using with the body mind. Because I think there's a few seconds delay, what they say, before a thought can hit the brain and then the thought is acted upon. There's a few second delay in there.
Yeah.
And it's in that delay that we are, when I say we, there really isn't a we, there is just what apparently appears that happens to be everybody, but that's everybody all at the same time. But when we say time, we're trying to think in terms of space and time. And then, although we're not of space and time, we're in the world, but not of the world. So, how are we to negotiate this life that we appear to be living? We feel that we're living a life, and it feels as though it's our own. We feel that we have a life of our own to live. But when in essence, it's just simply life lived through. In other words, we're living through life. Life's lived through the body, mind, action figure,
Yes.
and whatever it appears to be going through. That's the flow of life. But many of us see it a different way. Many of us see it as a personal life, as my life. So I have to figure out, what am I going to do with my life, as though there's doings. And that's all that the body, mind, action figure appears to be going through, is a life of its own, and that there's doings and knowings involved with that, and beliefs. Things to do, things to know, things to believe in. When in fact, it's just simply life appearing, and whatever we see, we believe that we know what we're seeing and that we need to do something about what we see. We think that that's the order of things, or if this is the way that life appears to us. Life appears to us this way, so we feel that there's things to do, there's things to know about the doing, and learning about those things that need to be done. We think they're necessities, that things need to be done out of necessity. Because if we don't do them, no one else will. We think in terms that way. We think of things that need to be done. If they don't get done, then they just stay there. We can't just sit around. We have to get up and move about. So we think in terms of moving and location and relocation from one place to another. And that's space and time that we're dealing with. Although we're not of it, we're still in it. And while we're in it, we have to deal with it.
Yes.
And dealing with that has to do with thinking and knowing. Thinking, knowing, and doing, and believing. But what we believe in, is that substantial? We hear a lot in non-duality circles that it's just an illusion, that everything we see is both real and unreal. It apparently appears to be real.
Yep.
Observable and unobservable. It's knowable and unknowable.
It's and it isn't. Reminds me of the Buddhist monk. That's how he answers almost everything. I swear, somebody asks a question, it is and it isn't. It's like,
Yeah.
it's both is and it's not. It's like, I just
It
love
is and it's not, right. It's taking
Yeah.
duality and combining that together and saying that's part of the whole. We can't just say that it is, but it also is not.
I wanted to mention this because
Yeah.
he said, I was telling,
Swami?
yeah, well, not Swami G, a different Swami.
A different one. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I told you his name. It's really long, and I'm like, anyways, he's a monk. He's an actual monk in the New York monastery.
Oh yeah, I think I do recall. I remember that. I'll go to it. I'll go to him.
You said his name, and I'm like, that's it. I can't pronounce it yet, but
Oh, I know what it is. Let me just see if I can go
Starts
back
with
and
an
find
S.
him again.
Swami Sa.
Yeah, I know who he is. Let me see if I can find him again. New York invite.
Yes, he's the head of
Oh yeah, I remember that.
guy.
Yeah,
Now I don't remember what
Swami
the point was.
Swami Sarva Priyananda.
There it is, Priyananda.
Yeah.
Swami
Sarva Priyananda. Yeah.
Sarva Priyananda.
Yeah. Sarva Priyananda.
See, I don't say it enough for it to.
It'll stick. It'll eventually.
I'm
you'll get
gonna
it. Sarva.
on Saturdays. Swami G's starting a Sanskrit class.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ruin that.
Yeah.
It's like I don't feel so bad because I don't think I might be one of the worst students because I don't know anything, but hey, oh my God, that hurt. I just shrugged my shoulders. But I don't remember what I was talking about. I was trying to talk about the Buddhist guy. You were saying something. I got sidetracked. Nah. Swami, what were you saying before that? Do you remember?
Sarva Priyananda.
Yeah, that he said something that seemed relevant to what you were saying earlier. Yeah, because it don't matter. I can't remember now.
But where we appear as an image in a mirror that's being projected. We're not doing that on purpose. We're not doing any of this on purpose. It's just apparently appearing, and what's appearing, we deal with it. We deal with it in some way by doing something about what we see. And what we see, we move about. We take our body mind action figure, we relocate it from one room to the next. And that's how we are in space and time. That's just how it apparently appears, though. It's not really that way. It apparently appears to be that way. So everything that we're seeing is an apparent appearance.
I remember now.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about this yes and no, it's something like, is it the yes and no? Anyways, the only answer I ever remember him saying, this guy says, I can say, the question was, the guy's question or person's question was, I can say I am Brahmin, but why can't I say I'm Jesus, or can I say I'm Jesus? Or something like that. It was along that lines about, he's okay to say he's Brahmin, but what about Jesus or something like that?
Right.
And his right after the question, he never said it's okay and it's not okay. He didn't say that. He goes, you cannot say that. Like, wow. I was like, what? I was like, that was just, you cannot say you're Jesus. You just can't say that. I just thought that was an interesting, one of the one times that I ever heard him say, it's like, it wasn't, it's this and it's that. It's yes and no. It kind of is and it kind of isn't kind of thing, It's like, you cannot say that.
That's one of these times where it should not be said.
Yeah. I just thought, well, you can say you're Brahmin all you want all day, but don't claim to be the G-man.
Yeah, that's claiming to be that character.
Jesus was Jesus. His character, exactly. That was his character. He was his character. We're our own characters.
Yeah, we play certain roles.
Apparently, huh? That's how it appears.
Yeah, we're apparently, some of us are parents, some of us are sons and daughters, and
nothing.
These are just the roles, of course, that we play.
Yeah. You want to know? Yesterday in a Zoom I was in, I was one of the last 3 people. Well, that would mean there was 3 people. Yeah. I was like, does that mean there's 4 or 3?
Yeah.
Anyways, there's 3 of us left in the group, and I was asking the 2 gentlemen that were there, and I asked them if they were married. They're not married. do they have kids? Neither of them have kids. And I said, so here I am, a gay man. I'm the gay guy, and they're straight, you know. And here I have
Yeah.
a whole family. I just thought it was such a weird dynamics that, you know, I wasn't always, you know, living a gay life, but I don't know. I just thought it was an interesting dynamics how it seems to have shifted so much. Everything normal,
Sure.
so-called
Our-
normal.
Well,
You know
yeah,
what
I mean, our character um, can exhibit so many different characteristics, you know, personality traits, things like that.
Richard, that's something they were talking about too in the it's
Mhm.
a group of non-dual people that come together and
Yeah.
just chat, I guess. But
Sure. Okay.
that was one of the things they were talking about is that somebody, I don't remember who it was, created a character. You know, it was like they decided, you know, and then they said, I wonder if I get, anyways, they lived this new character for like a year, and they said that after, I think it was for a role or something, that they actually absorbed that personality. You know,
Yeah.
they lived it so much that they ended up fucking themselves up, basically. I
Uh,
thought that was such an interesting idea that you could set your mind up so much that you just start. I don't know. I thought that was interesting that people can do that to themselves. You know?
well, that's the power of belief.
Yeah. Right.
That's what that is right there.
And that's the whole, that's not the whole point, but it is part of the thing is
Yeah.
you know, whatever you focus on, that's what it's going to be. Whatever
Yeah,
you
but they believe it. Yeah.
So if
But
we
the thing of
believe
it
in
is,
nothing, Richard,
yeah.
what does that mean?
What's that?
If you
What is
believe
what?
in nothing,
Oh, if
then,
you,
then there's
well,
nothing, right?
based on
Then
what you believe in now, what is the basis of a belief? The basis of belief
mm-hmm.
is taking knowledge about some kind of concept or idea and applying it to yourself. Now, that right there's a mouthful, because if we're saying we're going to apply something to ourselves, there really is no self to begin with. So there isn't anywhere to apply it to. So that's really the bottom line. So if there is nothing to believe in,
Who to apply it to?
if there's nothing to believe in, yet there's appearances of a reality before us, and we are not to believe in that. No, don't have to really. There's no necessity for believing in this reality base that we apparently appear to exist upon. We apparently appear real, and that we're living a life and existing upon this
No
what appears
reason
to
to
be a
believe.
reality frame.
You
Yeah, but
said
it's
no
all of it.
reason. I'm still stuck on the part where you said there's no reason to believe.
Yeah, there's no reason. Where's the meaning, reason, and purpose behind any belief? Really, there really isn't. There's no reason, meaning, reason, or purpose behind any belief at all. And when you drop all these beliefs into things that you think you know, and when I'm saying the thinking you're knowing, because you're thinking in terms of what you consciously take in. You're consciously going to be thinking about a concept or an idea, a subject or an object, and you're going to believe that. Well, what if you drop that, drop those beliefs, drop all the subject object thinking, subjectively and objectively? What are you left with? You're left with everything and nothing. So
Yeah,
there's
wow.
everything appearing, but it's empty fullness.
That made sense for a second.
And when we say empty fullness, that means everything appears real, and it looks like it's full of objects, and yet all it is an appearance. But that does not need to be believed in. You don't have to believe in it just because you see it. And yet everything that is seen is an illusion. But behind the illusion is the real reality. But what is that real reality? See, that's unknowable. So we get to the point of where whatever we're looking at upon, we're apparently appearing to look at it, but that's the best that can be, the best that we can do. Now I'm saying doing. Now we're not necessarily doing when we're gazing upon something, we're looking at it. We're just gazing upon it. We're setting the eyes to focus on something that is visually seen, but whatever is visually seen is unreal. It appears real, apparently, but it really is unreal. It's unreal in the sense that it cannot be
What was that?
taken upon in one way or another. It could be taken in more than one way, always and always. So if that's the case, then that's how everything appears to be real and unreal. That's how it appears that way. Because there's innumerable ways to look at something. There's more than one way to look upon anything, really. And that's why it's not attributed to any particular type of seeing when we look upon something. So that which we're looking upon is an apparent appearance of an appearance. There's appearances that are appearing apparently. And for no reason, meaning, and purpose. If there's no reason, meaning, and purpose, how are we supposed to negotiate life then? Well, life's not really negotiated. If you think about it, life's not negotiated by anybody. Nobody's negotiating life. Life's just apparently appearing, and life is lived through the body, mind, action, figure that's appearing. That's the bottom line, really, what's really happening, what's really going on. And if we're going to narrate, which is a habit that majority of body, mind, action figures have a way of seeing certain things that are going on in life, and they take them a certain way. They take the life that is lived through the body mind, and they take that a particular way. And the way that that's taken formulates the personality, the type of personality that person has. But does the person really have a personality? No, it just apparently appears that they take on that appearance. They take it on. It's like wearing clothes. They'll try it on, and if it feels comfortable, then they'll go with that. It's a feeling. Feelings can be worn, in a sense. We can wear feelings upon the body, mind, the action figure that's appearing. It's apparently appearing, and that's kind of the way that the personality develops that way somehow, seemingly so. And if we're going to narrate what is apparently appearing to be going on and happening, it apparently appears to be happening to a body mind, but it's not really happening to it. It just appears to be happening through it. Everything is seen through. It's not necessarily taken upon that individual to say that, well, this is what I did today. You really didn't do anything today. You just think you did. So it's in the thinking, see? It's in the thinking process. It's in the consciousness. Consciousness is thought, is thinking thought processes. And so in that consciousness, we take it upon ourselves to personalize everything that apparently appears to be happening to this body, mind, action figure. This body, mind, action figure is either singled out and believed to be a separate individual person with a sense of separation. And that sense of separation is the birth certificate and the self-identification. Self-identification with the self is a personal thing that the action figure takes upon itself and says, well, this is my body, this is my life, and it goes on that way. That's one way of looking at it. The other way is to simply see that life is apparently appearing with through the visual field and the imagery of a body mind, and that's all that's really happening there. Just apparently appears to be a certain story that that action figure is living. It's living a story, and it can narrate about that story, and we could look upon what is happening to that body mind in a third person sense, in a kind of third person sense where, yeah, that's that body mind action figure, that's that life it's living, and this is what it's going through. And if we think in terms of that way, that's really what is truly happening. It's not that we choose a certain life. The life that is chosen is based on whatever is apparently appearing to be appearing with the body mind. So with that body mind, it's going to be becoming involved with certain things that apparently appear to be going on. And what apparently appears to be going on, it'll take that on and it'll go with that, whatever that might be. But there's so many different ways that a body mind can appear. So that's the conundrum. That's the paradox. The paradox is we apparently appear to be living a life of our own, and these body mind action figures that we see, we personalize them, and we believe that that's us, that we are individuals, that we're separate, and that we have unique names and unique personalities and appearances, and that's individuated, it's individualized. And so we conjure up ideas behind what we believe we are seeing. So anything that we see, we're going to believe it. And if we believe it, then we take it upon ourselves to create these type of meanings, reasons, and purposes. We find meaning, reason, and purpose behind what we believe in. That's the basis of self-conjured, self-individuated, self-sustained ways of thinking. Everything that's self-sufficient and having to do with the self, we conjure up that idea because it feels comfortable to us. It feels comfortable to us because we've become so accustomed to being a particular way. So if we're going to be a particular way, we begin to believe that that is the way that apparently appears to be. Although it apparently appears to be that way, it feels comfortable to us, so we go with that. And that's just, it's not right or wrong. It just simply apparently appears to be what happens in nearly every single case of a person. A person's going to take on certain characteristics of that appearance, and it's going to personalize that. It's going to believe it, say, okay, well, this is my life. This is my name, see, and then the birth certificate and all that goes along with self-identification. It's going to go along with that. But that's all it's really doing. All it's really doing is personalizing life and believing that. If it believes what it personalizes, then it's going to continue in that way of thinking, that it's living its own life, it's an individual, it's self-sustained, the decisions that it makes, it believes it's decided on its own. And if it believes all of those type of illusions that it's conjuring, it's continuing to conjure all these things for itself. But that's all it's doing. It's self-conjuring all these ideas that it is a separate individual person. It's a self-conjured self, and that's the way it lives its life. It believes it's living a life of its own. In other words, it's not really living a life of its own, but it believes that it is anyway. And if it believes that, then no matter what any non-duality speaker says, it won't be believed. It won't make sense to them. They won't really hear it. They won't understand it. And so they'll leave it alone. They won't even try. They really won't. They won't really try to understand it. And
It
if
just
they go
seems
through life
crazy.
that way, that's just apparently appear to be what's happening. They just happen to be going through life that way, and there's nothing right or wrong about it. It's just what's happening
Absolutely.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just an apparent appearance. That's all. It doesn't have to be believed in. Just because it's seen doesn't have to be believed. Well, I see all kinds of things every day, and either I'm going to believe everything that I see, or some of them I'm going to question. I'm going to
I
question
know this
some of these
might
things. Yeah.
I know this might seem a little
Mm.
uh unconnected, but I seem to
Uh,
find a connection that, like people that study karate, you've
yeah.
heard about karate, like when
Uh-huh.
they want to break a board, they see
Right.
the board already is broken. They've already visualized that it's broken. And
Right.
I think that's an interesting seemingly parallel to me is the perception, the belief, you
Yeah,
know,
they believe they see a board that's intact, but they visualize it as though it's already been,
broken,
been broken.
because it is broken. Right? It's
Yeah.
broken
Well, the
because they
board,
broke it in their mind. It's
and
broken.
the board is, and it is not.
And as soon as they put their hand down, it completes the belief, right?
Yeah.
Bam, it's broken.
Yeah. The action that is taken.
Broken
Yeah.
here, it's broken
Uh-huh.
here, and then it's broken. I know it sounds
Right.
stupid, but it's already
No.
broken. It's like,
No, that makes sense. Yeah.
right? I mean, I seen
Uh-huh.
that as a parallel to that
That
topic.
is kind of a parallel, but that's in the way of thinking, though. That's all that it is. All that is taking the mind and thinking in terms of, here I have a board. It's not broken yet. I'm going to break it. I'm going to take my hand. I'm going to strike it, and then it's going to be broken. But I'm imagining. Okay, we're taking imagination. We're taking imagination. We're taking consciousness. We're taking thoughts, and we're just kind of try to predict that board is going to be broken. So we visualizing and seeing, and
Believing. No,
believing all these things that we're thinking of. It's in terms of consciousness. It's thought forms, thought patterns.
but
That's
they
all
more than
that is.
believe it. They more than believe it. They know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
And they know it too. Okay, so let's take that knowledge base of the
Yeah.
knowings that a body mind will take upon. It'll take upon itself these knowings, but that knowledge base of all these knowings, all of that is, it's just thought processes, thought patterns.
Yeah.
And when what is thought? Thought is consciousness, consciousness thinking in terms of what the mind thinks in terms of thoughts and consciousness and concepts and subjects and objects. And all of that, in a sense, what we're told is separation. But see, that's why with a non-dualist, we don't necessarily think in terms of that way, think in terms of beliefs and knowings and doings. Because we're too busy doing what? We're not really doing anything. We're too busy simply being. Being doesn't take doing. We're already on. We're already being. No, we're already on. We don't have to think about, okay, I'm going to be on now.
I know. I'm gonna
We don't
wake
have
up.
to think in terms of that. We don't have to think. So if we don't have to think that, then we're already being. If we're at a being, that's it. That's good enough. That's the bottom line. Just simply be. And we're already being anyway. We're already being because we're
Crazy.
appearing. And if we're appearing, that means we're simply being. And that's it. It doesn't take any thought. Does it require any thought for us to appear to be? But in philosophy, that's what was thought about. They used to think that way. You should think that I think, therefore I am. No, but that's the way that a majority of people, they would believe that. They believe in a think, I think, therefore I am. No, if you didn't think that you are, you would still be anyway. You would still be that I am. Even if you don't think about it, you still are. But
Right.
see these sayings that we've become so accustomed to, we don't really give it much thought. I think, therefore I am. Okay, yeah, I think and I believe and I know, and that means that I am. See, there's meaning, reason, and purpose behind that as well. That is attached to that particular thought pattern or thought form. Thought forms, thought patterns, they all have signatures. They all appear to have signatures. And those signatures that those thought patterns have, they're just thought patterns. They're signatures, but they don't belong to anybody. But people have a tendency to personalize them. And when they personalize them, then they believe that. They believe that in the thought that they know. They think about a thought, they believe that, and then it becomes known to them. If it becomes known, then they know it. And then they store it in the knowledge base and they go to the next thing, the next subject, object to think about. And it goes on and on that way, in that way of thinking. Drop all of that, what are you left with? You're still left with being. You're okay, you're fine, you're just simply being. But throw in the thoughts, and man, it really becomes um, quite a conundrum where you
I
have
was hoping
so
you'd
many
say
things.
soup.
Huh?
I
What's
said I was
that?
hoping you'd say soup. I was like, come on, say
Yeah, it
soup.
becomes
It's
a
really
soup
gonna
in
become
a
a soup.
sense. Yeah, yeah, or a word salad. Like you say, word salad. You use that phrase a lot. Word salad.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
it
that's what
can
happens.
be. It can feel word salady some days, when my brain is, I don't know, broken or
See, you say
else.
your brain. Well, see, you're
Yeah.
still claiming that that's your brain. That's your mind. That your mind is yours. In other words, your body mind has a brain, has a mind, and so you believe that that's your own. So that's my mind. So if you think in terms of that, that's what you believe. And if you believe that, that's fine. I mean, that's what you believe. But we have, and we know, we know. When I say we know, we discuss about those who speak in non-duality circles that they do not recognize their body mind as their own anymore. Now they see the body mind action figure, and that's all that is. That's the body mind there that appears to be me, but there really isn't a me. So we're told, we hear this concept, this idea that there is no me, there is no I, there's no individual, there's nothing separate, and it's just a body mind action figure, and that's all that is. But there is a sense of realization, a sense of being a me or being an I. But if we drop that, then what are we left with? We're not just being an I or a me, we're just simply being. So we drop the me and the I, what are we left with? Being. We're the being that's seeing. See, we're the activity, the energetic movements of activity. That's what we are. We're the seeing, the feeling, the touching, the tasting, all these things that are ing. That's what we truly are. We're the ing of every activity that appears to be happening.
Well, you want
See
to know
that
the
body?
first INGs
Yeah.
I thought of?
What is
Pooping and
that?
peeing.
Yeah. Oh, there's always that. Yeah.
So I'm
Yeah.
just a
That
pooping
that
and peeing.
that seems to be a just part of the process that the body mind goes through. It gets rid of toxins, and yeah, and that's how it does that. But
That's just
that's all
funny.
that the body's doing. It's pooing and peeing, and that means it's getting rid of toxins. That's all it's doing.
Talking.
That's all that's happening there. Yeah, that's all that's really happening there.
Speaking.
Process, well, it eats. So if it consumes, it eats, well, then it produces waste, produces, yeah, it takes the food, converts it into energy. And then there's the energy that it uses, and then expels the toxins, and that's it. But that's just a biological process that goes on.
Mm.
Yeah, it's apparently appearing to happen to, and it happens to every body mind action figure. But that's all that's apparently appearing to happen right there.
Well, now
all these apparent appearances, yeah.
I'm sorry, you said every ing, so now I'm going through all the ings.
Yeah, ings. If you go through all of them, then you can begin to break it down.
Yeah.
All the ings, the seeing, the feeling, the touching, the tasting, and yeah, those are activities that we engage in. When we engage in activities, we're appearing to be being when we do that. Well, when we do, what are we doing? Well, we're becoming involved and engaged in activities of the body mind action figure. Now here's where it gets tricky. Now we're thinking that we're doing all these things, and in a sense, the body mind is doing those things, but that's all it's doing. It is doing the feeling, the tasting, the touching. It is doing those things, but the activity, the action of the doing is what we truly are. We're truly that. Because otherwise, if that activity was not going on, then there would not be a sense of a person, or it's not really a me or an I. It appears to be as though that person's doing a certain task or performing a certain activity or action, and yet at the same time, that's all that is. That body mind action figure is engaged upon an activity, but the activity that it's doing, that's what it truly is. But it's not the body mind action figure that's going through it, it's the activity that's behind it. So the activity that's behind everything that the body mind does, that's what we are. We're energetic movements. We're units of qualia consciousness energy. And if we're units of qualia conscious energy, then everything that apparently appears to be happening or going on with that body mind is what we are. We're the activity of the enlivening. We're the enlivened beingness that's beingness seeing. So we're the activities that are constantly going on. When that body mind action figure becomes involved with some type of activity, that's what we apparently appear to be. We apparently appear to be that. But that's fine. But that's the extent of it. That's as far as that goes. So speaking of peeing, that's what I need to do. So I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I'll take that
and
too.
do that now. Yeah, and I'll be right back. Okay.
All righty.
Ay, cabrón. Oh.
just missed his call. The lid might not be on really good, so. Hear me?
So there's another activity that we often engage upon. I mean, or we become involved with. We take the body mind, we go and relieve it, and then we come back and then that's done. That's it. Okay, so the next segment of time goes by. Well, we'll have to do that again eventually, but that's an activity that the body mind has been involved with for so many years.
I sure hated it when I was a kid. I thought it was such
It becomes second nature. Yeah.
Such a trivial part of life to have to do that.
Yeah, it appears to be.
But yeah, I guess acceptance comes along somewhere. Get in here. Stop scratching at the door. Get in there. You want in, you're staying in. Cat sits out there, scratches at the door, wanting in. He just wants the door open. He doesn't like being locked out.
Yeah.
I know something good's in there. The door's closed. Oh, wow.
That's really something. I mean, the pets that we have,
yeah,
we see what they're doing. The pets, cats just being a cat, the dogs being a dog. They don't recognize or realize that they're doing anything. They're just simply being. That's a good example.
Yeah.
A good example of observing other living things like the pets. We see the cat being a cat and the dog being a dog. It doesn't know it. See, that's the difference right there. It doesn't really know that it is what it is. It doesn't know it's a cat. It doesn't know it's a dog. It's just being that. So that's the difference right there. We don't really, we're being a human being. We're being human, but we also know it. See, that's the difference. The difference is that we also know. Now, what we know is a type of a sentience or a self-consciousness. We don't recognize that in any other living thing. We really don't notice that kind of behavior in any other living thing other than human beings that are what? Are self-conscious.
Oh, they can say selfish.
No, well, they're self-conscious. Yeah, they're self-conscious of themselves. In other words, they formulate the idea of beingness, of being somebody, being an individual, self-conscious, self-aware, self-conscious. But see, that self-consciousness that it appears to exhibit is also an illusion. That's an illusion that the self-conjuring that it self-conjures for 2x4 from about, with, upon, around, before, and after, the self-conscious, conscious, self-conjured self that does all of that is also an illusion. So everything that it believes and thinks it is, that's just all that is. It's just a belief. It's just a thought process of subjective objectivity or objective subjectivity, objects and subjects. But that's just the way of thinking, and that's the thought processes, and that's all that is. But if we get away from all that and recognize that we're not that, and we continue to try and remind that self, this trying to go back into the old habits, and is trying to go back into the same way of doing things. Well, if it is habitually becoming involved in a certain activity, can we intervene in some way and change that way of being, whatever that might be? Let's say there's a lot of drinking that's involved. What if we cut it down? What if we cut it down some, or try to, or try to eliminate that altogether? Will that be better for that individual? See, we think in terms of better. I want to improve. So we think of improvements. Is there always room for improvement? Well, you hear these sayings. You hear statements like that. There's always room for improvement. Well, we've heard that before. But those are ideas, and those are concepts, and those are ways of thinking. That, well, I need to continue to improve on myself. See, it's improving the self and everything that's involved with the self, and then it becomes self-centered, and then it goes on that way. But and is it right or wrong to think that way? No, not necessarily right or wrong. It's just what apparently appears to be happening there.
Mm-hmm.
But it may or may not catch itself. It may or may not catch itself and notice what it's doing. And is that going to reduce or increase the longevity of the life of that body, mind, action figure? And if it's thinking of in terms of self-preservation, well, yeah, I want to self-preserve. I want to live as much life as I possibly can. And everything that's beneficial for its extension, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go after that which is attributed to extending the life of the appearance of the body mind. That's what the majority of body minds are thinking in terms of self-improvement in so many different ways.
What's funny is there's been old people like George Burns. He smoked a cigar. People drink whiskey, smoke. They don't have any special diets or do anything. They just live life, and they live to be 100. And then you have these other people that exercise, and they're dying at 40 and 50, and so we
try to make sense of all those things. How is it
pointless?
Really, if you think about it and look at the large spectrum all across the board, it really doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. The amount of years that you have to live and appear to be living, well, it may not really matter to the grand scheme of things.
Yep.
It doesn't. But yet, for those that it does, they become involved in some activity that either promotes that pattern or that way of living, or it doesn't. Either it does or does not. But there's nothing right or wrong about that. That's just something that apparently appears to be happening with well, with most people. Most people are involved with some degree of self-sustaining, self-improving, looking at its habits, what it eats, how much exercise it's getting, how much rest, all those main things, those main ideas behind longevity and extending life.
Well,
But if we
if I
look
was
at,
to eat, if I was to eat
yeah,
like healthier, it wouldn't be to
uh-huh,
extend my physical body life. It would probably be in the search of some spiritual
yeah,
spiritual thing. I hate to say that,
uh-huh,
but it's not about my body. I've kind of given up on that. It's like, to be honest. I mean, not like I don't think it's important or necessary, just that it's nobody gets out alive. Yeah, it's like my body's not gonna, live forever. I mean, in a sense, it will because it'll become parts of other parts, right? I mean, but in this form, this physical form ain't gonna continue forever. Whatever energy's here, it will move on to whatever is next. Just like, it came here from somewhere, probably from the food it consumed. So that energy will transfer somewhere else. Trees, water, dirt, air, my
hmm,
last breath,
the elements,
all that. That'll go back to this dream, I guess some people call it. You can call it
yeah,
reality, you call it material world, whatever. I don't know.
that's unknowable. That's true.
One thing
What do
that
we
I
know
find,
about, yeah,
uh-huh. One of the things
what do
I
we
find,
know about that?
oh,
We, we,
sorry.
we know that there are some ideas of reincarnation.
Yeah,
We know that some people report certain experiences that they've had,
yeah,
uh,
yeah.
going under and then seeing a tunnel of light, running into loved ones and people that they really didn't even know that they were family members, but they were.
So
Uh,
have you heard about DMT, right?
yeah,
And they say that's the chemical that's released in your brain during the process of dying. And then now people are
yeah,
taking these DMT, like
yeah. They're
making the
taking
brain
it and
release it. Huh?
right. What they're doing is going through the process, the dying process, but while still relatively
Alive.
healthy and alive,
Yeah.
and they're trying to find out more about that,
Yeah, yeah.
trying to figure it out. Yeah,
And then I've noticed, I was really surprised to find out that a few of the spiritual people, seekers, are indulge in mushrooms. What do you call it? That DMT.
yeah. Hallucinogenics,
Yeah.
ayahuasca,
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
ayahuasca, and anything that's hallucinogenic.
I, since I was in my youth, which I consider that to be my 20s, early
Yeah,
20s, I hadn't done any psychedelics. Uh, you know, I had other drug addictions, but I'm not saying that psychedelics are or are not addicting. I don't know. I think people can abuse anything. Really, they can,
yeah.
work, food, anything, people, each other. But anyways, that's besides the point. I don't know the point. Oh,
Yeah, but
drugs.
these hallucinogenics that people consume, all that's going to happen is a trip that's attributed to the drug that's being taken. If
Right.
if psilocybin, mushrooms, hallucinogenics are digested and they're taken upon the body mind, it's going to have an effect on the mind of the consumer and of his body. It's going to produce images, all types of different images. But the
This,
question still remains, why, under these circumstances, under the influence of these certain drugs, do those visual fields appear? How does that happen? How does that go about? Well,
are
they
they
think that
real?
there's certain parts of the brain that are stimulated that are not normally stimulated. They're
Exactly.
being
Yeah.
stimulated under the influence of the drugs. The drug stimulates it, and then they're able to see. But
And a
what they're
new
seeing
awareness.
are such unusual creatures and a different reality altogether.
Have you ever taken that stuff?
Yeah,
DMT?
yeah. So, but the question remains:
Oh,
is that a portal to another realm, to
I don't
another
know.
type of existence? Some people believe that.
Or is it
Some
just
people
coming from the
believe that.
mind?
Some
Right?
people believe that that's the place that the body mind goes when it dies.
Well, yeah.
When it dies, it goes there,
Well,
and then
science
it
says that
continues an existence of some type.
our brain releases that DMT chemical when we die,
Yeah,
a mass amounts of it. So whether it's real or not, that's what the body experiences at that time,
yeah.
according to
And if it's
science.
experiencing that, but it cannot go beyond that and
Right?
then
Because
come
that's
back and report it. We can only try to surmise as much as we can based on what's being observed, what we're
Richard,
observing, what we're noticing.
I never
And
thought about what I never thought about the
yeah,
DMT short circuits the you get to see death without dying. I never
yeah.
thought about that.
In a
Or at
sense,
least,
that's what the Native Americans used ayahuasca. That was the purpose of using ayahuasca, to
huh,
simulate the death dying process, to prepare for it, and to get ready and to prepare for when that time comes,
trippy.
when it's time for the body mind to leave this world, then they'll be that much more prepared by going
Yeah,
through the ritual.
transition or whatever.
Yeah, it's a type of a ritual. It's a type of it's something, some ceremonial thing that the Native Americans go through. They go through that, and that's why there's no fear in dying. They understand about that life goes on somehow, and however it does is still a mystery.
All right.
Yeah, it is. It's a mystery.
You know what I
We
heard
don't
about the
know. Yeah.
Richard? I don't know if you had a DMT experience,
Uh,
but the only one I've only talked to one person that was shared their experience with me, but he was telling me, or the person was telling me that uh, their DMT and most he said the DMT is a very hallucinatory, very
yeah,
visuals,
hallucinogenic. Yeah.
a
Right.
lot of visuals. It's like not like we're more so than acid, LSD. He said. So I mean that's my only experience is mushrooms and LSD when I was younger. But he
Yeah.
said that a lot of people see these beings, which I
Yeah.
thought was interesting. Did you, in your experience, see beings? Is
Mm,
that a
no,
no?
no, I
So
didn't
that's
see
not.
beings, but the beings that are being seen
Mhm.
have been described in other types of lore, like the aliens and extraterrestrials and things like that, that are somehow, and those beings that are being seen, is that a realm that they exist upon? That's the question.
Maybe they're would you what would you call it? They're
Fourth dimensional,
I
fourth and
guess
fifth dimensional. Yeah.
they would be. That wasn't the word I was thinking of, but they're definitely in that realm. But because I don't know how to say it, I'll say like a color spectrum. We only see in this spectrum. They might be seeing in a whole new spectrum, which gives a whole new visual.
Yeah, it has a wider range
Yeah,
of space to appear.
yeah.
That
It's like a
yeah,
telescope or a microscope, some sort of
yeah.
scope that must be natural to them, and we have to take hallucinogens. If
Well,
there's
this
if that's not just a mind
there might be
block.
there might be something to that. There really might be. It simply, well, it apparently appears to suggest quite a bit. It implies the implications behind taking hallucinogenics really does appear to be suggesting a whole lot about the human experience that this spectrum that we apparently appear to be soberly aware of is a very minute, small portion of existence of an experience of experiencing very basic fundamental things that go on with the five senses, but that's it. It's very narrow band, and these other bands or bandwidths of other spectrums, like there's infrared.
Yeah, right.
There's infrared and microwave, and those
X-ray.
bands are a bit wider and greater in a spectrum that they seem to exhibit or reveal a whole other range, a wide range of visual fields. So there really is something to that. I'm not too certain what that might be, but it apparently appears to be something that's attributed to that.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, maybe if you look into it further, might find something else more into that, I suppose.
But I don't have any real interest in hallucinogens, honestly. Other than I smoke pot, but I just find it interesting because I've had my experiences. Maybe when I'm older, but I don't. At this point in life, I don't really feel the need to. I don't feel like that's what I need. That's all.
Experimenting.
Yeah, I don't feel I need to experience God or another dimension in that way anymore. It's like when I was younger, I probably most definitely would have. But I don't know. At least at this moment, that's how I feel. Right? So. But I was just curious because it's interesting to me because I never really thought about how that the DMT is a way to experience death without dying, or at least a portion of death. I mean, I guess you can't really say you're experiencing death because you're not actually dying, because you might feel things, there might be things that happen in the body that you're not aware of because it's not happening. Your heart's not stopping, your organs aren't shutting down, and those kind of things aren't happening. And you might actually, hypothetically, experience those during a dying process. You might go, oh, my heart's stopping. Oh, my organs aren't working. That might be oh shit, this is my last breath. I'm gone. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying that but those might be experiences that aren't happening during a simulated death. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we look into these ideas to support that near-death experience. It's near death, it's close to death, but it's not final all the way death.
Yeah,
it's a near death.
It's definitely.
So that means it nearly happened. You nearly died, but you didn't die all the way. Yet we're extrapolating a lot of information behind that experience. There's a lot to be said about that,
Richard.
There really is. Yeah.
How would you know? See, this is my other thought too. There's another thought.
Yeah.
It's not my thought. There's another thought.
Sure.
The other thought is, what if that's just Maya? All that, because it's in the brain and it's an experience. What if it's just an illusion? We take a chemical to have an hallucination, whatever, to have an experience of some sort. But what if that's just the dream, still in the dream, caught in the dream, believing that the dream is something else, or you know what I'm trying to say? It's like, how could you ever be sure? Because we're trapped in a body mind. So how would you know what is real? How would you know that it's not? Because I don't know how else to explain it. Maya, thinking, oh yeah, that's the way out, or that's the way, because I don't know. That's just my idea.
But entrapment, when you say that the body mind's trapped, it's not really trapped.
Not in the sense of the physical or a trap, just that for those that want to escape, that's what I mean. Because you can't escape. That's just, without just accepting this is what it is, then I would think that would be an escape. So that's what I mean by trap. Because if you're trying to escape from yourself, you can't, right? You can't get away from
Self cannot get out of self. Self cannot get out of self.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We're appearing as a self. We self-conjure all kinds of ideas.
Right.
The self cannot get out of the self. In other words, although the self is an illusion, it cannot get out of that illusion.
So when you're trying to get out, it's a sense of being trapped.
Yeah.
That's but even though you're not really trapped.
The more that it tries to get away, it finds itself
deeper
within it even further.
Yeah, is that funny? Oh my God. That reminds me of when I was thinking it is how it's interesting, or there I am thinking again. But an interesting idea is that people, let's see, I got so caught up there. Identification then. Now it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, thinking was going on and identification, so it kind of
yeah, we can tell story. We're telling. It's a lot of storytelling that goes on in satsangs.
Yes, I love stories.
The non-dualists will go into all kinds of narrations of all types of stories. But
and that's that meeting. The meeting I go to on Wednesdays and Sundays. It's a very, I think they call it free flow cafe. That and it's like And I was afraid when I first went in there, sort of that it was like really rigid, and it's not. It's just free flow. It really is.
Yeah.
Like people are just conversing about whatever, and it's not so like when you go to a retreat or something where it's so like, everybody's all kind of, on, digging in there, so to speak. It's more like a chill, and whatever said, people ideas come in and leave and so forth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's free flow. I didn't even realize that's what the name is.
Yeah, storytelling.
I'm slow, but yeah.
Oh, it just never any stories. It really is all storytelling.
Yeah.
Whatever the body mind feels that it's going through.
Well, we're characters. We're all just characters, so to speak, right?
Yeah, we're characters. We're going to tell our story, and that's basically what's going on. A majority of what it apparently appears to be experiencing is going to be turned into a story. It has to be a story because it's unreal. It's all fictitious, in other words.
Fictitious.
It's made up. It's conjured.
I've been lied to.
No, but we come up with our own lies. No, we do.
I know.
We come up with all these ideas and
I had
ways of thinking. Yeah.
I wanted to tell you this, Richard, is that I think it's funny that some people will say, like, if you've read about the third eye opening, right? People have said that before their third eye opened, that they had scattered thoughts and just all kinds of stuff. And I'm not saying my third eye is open, but ever since like non-duality and stuff, I've like and a little bit of meditation that I practice. I used to think I had no imagination. Like I couldn't visually see things. Like in my head, there was no visualization. So it's like, I don't know if I've regressed or I've progressed. Because, it's like, if everybody's goal was to have nothing up here, man, it's like I went in the wrong direction then. Because, it's like I can see stuff in my brain now. Yeah, whatever. I can see stuff up there, it's like, and that led me to the idea of when I was, it's like, man, I want to draw these things I see in my head. It's just crazy. I had this image. I don't know if I can explain it. That's why I thought drawing would be better. But it's a crazy idea. I visualize the idea of the now every time I say I'm like hitting myself. Anyways, when light enters the eyes, and then all that energy that's absorbed from the sun and all that, there was a thought of what it must look like to be filtered through the eyes and through the brain. And it was just I was like, man, I wanted to like do a painting of that because it was so beautiful in the brain. You know, it was like, if I could explain it, it was like two red orbs with red like tree roots, whatever, just going right through it. I just thought that was a wonderful image. You know, and I've had images that, like I said, I never used to have those kind of things. So I've regressed. I'm on the right path. No, I'm joking. Pretty soon I won't be able to do that again. No,
No, you never know. It might even increase.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's it's strange that certain ideas of how to express things that seem unexpressible have become more of an apparent way to express things that seem unexpressible.
Well, in a sense, your mind could be opening more suggestive or more imaginative.
Yeah.
Maybe
Exactly.
perhaps your mind is going
More imaginative.
expanding. Yeah, maybe it's an expansion of the mind, expansion of thinking, and you have more room now to entertain more ideas.
I don't have it as much seeking, I will say.
Yeah, if you eliminate the seeking, it leaves a lot more room for other areas. It really does.
Yeah.
It leaves a lot more room for imagination to take hold. And you're not so concerned about what you're doing now or what you're going to. You know, in other words, you're not concerned about what's not happening. What's not happening? You're not concerned about what's not happening. What's not happening is yesterday, and what's not happening is tomorrow. So you're not thinking of entertaining yesterday's thoughts or tomorrow's thoughts. You're just living in the now and just experiencing whatever comes to mind. And if you focus on that, then it leaves a lot more room for that way of thinking to expand. And there's some type of a process that goes on. We really don't really notice it, but it's quite subtle. It's subtle that way, and it seems to take form or take hold or some way of expressing it somehow produces this way of thinking.
My friend used to call it his mind's eye because he'd always tell me you can't see. I was like, no, it's just darkness. There's nothing there. I can't conjure nothing up in there. And he'd call it his mind's eye. I just remembered that when we were talking.
Yeah, could be
imagination.
Imagination. There's always constantly more thoughts to consider, more ideas. It's a never-ending thing, really. It never really stops.
Yeah.
You can't stop the mind from thinking, and the mind will continue to free flow.
Free flow.
These thoughts and ideas. Yeah, look into the thoughts and ideas that support that near-death experience and things like that. A lot of times the near-death experience doesn't come up until, let's say, an unexpected accident or a life-threatening situation that the body mind encounters all of a sudden in a car accident or something that happens so quickly, so suddenly, you really didn't expect it. And then you find yourself in a different realm or a different a
different realm. That's a good
where time seems to slow down. There have been car accidents where people experience a car accident and the visual field tends to slow down In other words, time stands still, in other words.
Well, when I had my car accident and I rolled down the hill, I remember because I believed I was gonna die. And it's strange that in those few seconds, surrender was all I could
They
do.
say you see your life flash before you.
I didn't see that. All I seen was acceptance of this is gonna happen. And I said, okay. But then the car stopped and I was alive. And I said, fuck this, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
And then I was down this huge steep hill, right? And I was on Highway 1, I think it was, or something like that, an old highway. And I'm climbing up this hill, and all of a sudden, this guy's hand. I'm serious. It just seems so like trippy, right? This guy's hand comes over the edge and it helps me up. And I noticed he had tattoos and stuff, and it's like I was just like, wow, But anyways, he helped me up, and they walked me over to this truck, and he opens the back of his truck, and it's full of trash. And he says, you can lay down here or lay down here. And I thought, oh, I get it. I'm trash, And then the ambulance shows up, and it was fucking weird. Just the whole, I was on a mind fuck. They were going to put me in a mental institution because they thought I was on something.
Oh.
But I was not. They were crazy, not me. Dude.
Was that before your back surgery? It was before it, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, before that happened. And before I even had the accident, it felt like an LSD trip. Something. It was a interesting experience. If I could say it, I'll say it. It felt like somebody was reading my mind and actually manipulating my thoughts somehow, or at least interfering with my brain. I felt like someone else was doing stuff to my brain, like scanning my thoughts, and I felt kind of attacked, I guess would be the right word. And for lack of a better word, I retaliated because I didn't know what else to do, and it caused some commotion in the weird scenario that was going on, because it was like, I'm not giving much details but anyways, after leaving that place, and I kept hearing this, that I was not allowed to leave. I could not leave. I was like, oh, like hell if I ain't leaving. And I left, which is fucking weird, because I felt like there's some witchcraft shit going on, man. There was no exits. There was no way to get the fuck out. So I said, fuck it. I'm going out the exit. There was really no way to get the fuck out of it. So, and then I was, oh man, I don't know. It's just so much crazy shit. It really did feel like some witchcraft shit going on. But that's when I had the accident. I rolled down the hill, and then the ambulance shows up, and I couldn't remember, much of anything other than I had an accident, and I was, just immediately what was happening. And in the ambulance, this handsome man, he had like light brown hair, blue eyes. And I remember him asking me if is there anybody in the car? And I was like, I got really worried when he said that, right? Because I was like, oh shit, I don't know. Is there anybody in the car? Maybe somebody's fucking dead in there, I don't know. And then somehow he asked me if there's anybody that I loved or something like that. And I think I said no. And then I remembered our parrot, George's parrot. And and the parrot reminded me of George. And and I said, yeah, George. I swear the guy that was that was attending to me started to cry. And the driver goes, and the driver said, goddamn bird. And it felt like I was in between an angel a trip to hell, right?
Yeah.
After, and like they switched hospitals after that. So I go to this other hospital, and the same doctor, well, it was the guy that was standing next to me when I was having this crazy mental breakdown. And I looked over and this gentleman, or I looked over because this gentleman said, take 2 aspirins and call me in the morning. And I was having like this fucking, excuse me, mental breakdown, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, who the hell says that? Take 2 aspirins and call me in the fucking morning. That's, you know, that's out of a movie. What the fuck, right?
Yeah.
Anyways, no biggie. That was before I'd left that scenario. But that guy that had said that is the doctor that attended me in the hospital.
Uh-huh.
He shows up at the same hospital that he was a doctor. And after my accident, okay, this happened in Reno, is where I lost my mind. And then my car accident was in Santa Cruz somewhere, apparently, they tell me. I don't know what dimension it really was. I don't believe them, but this is where it supposedly all happened. And yeah, that doctor, it was very strange. I was hearing shit in my head, man. I was hearing thoughts. I know that's crazy. They're probably my own thoughts, but it really felt very real that there was communication going on between people without speaking. Like the nurse, when I seen the nurse, and she was a beautiful nurse. I know it's crazy. I seen her and she said, he doesn't think I'm beautiful. He doesn't think I'm pretty. And I was like, no, it's not that. I'm just not interested in, you know, it's like, you're a beautiful human. It's like, and I know that's silly, but that was one of the weird thoughts.
Yeah.
And the doctor came in and he said I had something in my head. I know, you know, it's like I could think of this in a non-crazy spiritual sense. You know, I can turn it in different. I viewed it. Trust me, I just convinced myself it was a psychological slip of reality. So that's fine. But I'm going to explain it to you anyway. He comes in. He goes, "You got something in your head. Would you like me to take it out?" And I don't remember him speaking when he says this, but and I said, if there's something in my head, God put it there. It needs to stay. And he said, okay, right? And he goes, let me just loosen this for you so you can take it out when you want. And like, if I think of it from a logical sense, it's like there was probably a rock in my head or something, you know, and the doctor said, oh, there's something in your head. And I probably said, God put it there. Leave it alone. You know? And okay, he's crazy. Let's lock this guy up. But they gave me not LSD. They gave me drug tests and to see if I was on drugs, and I wasn't. I had not taken any drugs because before I even left for Reno, I had this weird. I probably prepped myself for it, like psychologically got myself all hyped up, but I was hearing things in my head that, you know, was not normal. So, and it was like a 2-day, 3-day event. So it was quite an interesting experience. Like, you know, when I think about it, and like if I want to think about it, maybe somebody drugged me and I didn't know it. That's possible, but you know, I've taken many drugs, so I think I would know if I was tripping, right? Until weird shit happened. It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. It was just, like I said, it was a psychological break. And one of the things that happened in Reno is, as I was losing my mind, I heard this voice say that something about cream, right? And on my way after George picked me up from the mental hospital, because I told them I told them my friend was showing up to get me, and they're like, nobody's coming to get you. There's nobody coming. And I was like, it felt like so fucking like, what do you mean? I know he's coming to get me, right? It felt like it felt like a bad trip. Like, you know, I'm not crazy. I know he's coming. And they
Uh-huh.
were asking me, who's the president? And I said, George Bush, you know, and they come back, who's the president? And I thought, oh my God, did I get it wrong? And then as they're wheeling me off to the mental institution, here comes George. And George said, he said, I look like just a completely different human being. You know, he said, I just look different. I can't remember his exact explanation, but he walked over to the mental institution and I spoke to this guy, which I didn't tell them all the shit I just told you because they probably would have kept me. You know, I didn't even go into all the details, but yeah. That's when during that, I'm the whole sequence, I haven't told you this story in sequential episodes, but one of the things that tripped me out is as I was losing my mind, there was this beautiful woman with black hair, and she showed up as I was sitting on the ground next to my car going, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? I'm losing my mind.
Mm-hmm.
This girl walks up and she goes, how long have you been awake? And I thought, well, I'm not on anything. I haven't been awake. You know, I thought she thought I'd been like up for a few days and was tripping out.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh my God. Does she mean conscious? Is this what fucking consciousness is? You know, it's like, I probably didn't say that, but you know, my mind. But I looked over and I thought, does she mean conscious? And she started explaining to me, we own all these hotels. We own everything. And I was like, well, that's good for you, lady. I'm still crazy. And I remember following her through the casinos, and people were just like, ching, 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 ching. The what do you call it? Winnings were just everywhere. And she was saying things to me. And yeah, I didn't want to be there, though. I was very uncomfortable. I was before I got to my car, I kept hearing all these voices on how much people hated me. There was so much hatred, and they, you know, and I was hearing these voices of wanting to kill me. And I said, well, if that's God's will, so be it. You know, if God wills you to kill me, then that's God's will. If not, get the hell away.
Yeah.
Move on, motherfuckers. Yeah. And it's all in my head, mind you. I mean, there was nobody in my face going, I'm gonna kill you, right? It was just weird thoughts. Anyways, blah, 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 blah. What did somebody say? I've used the word, I blew a gasket or something just now, blurbing all this shit out. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. That happened to me undrugged, so, you know, that bothered me for a long time. How you doing, Georgie?
Housework. Good morning. Good afternoon or evening or whatever day it is over there.
It's afternoon, yeah.
How's the weather? Nice and sunny?
It's kind of rainy.
Well, we have 38 degrees right now, but it's going to be a nice day to work in the yard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, over here anyway.
Yeah, spring's around the corner.
I guess the country has all kinds of weather going on today here, everywhere across the nation.
Yeah,
right?
Spring's changing the season.
Yeah. Have you noticed any weather change over there over the seasons?
Yeah, we had a very light winter, so we have an early bloom. Buds in the trees already. Yeah, trees are already budding real well. Yeah.
That's tough. That's rough on them because then they, that they're screwed and they don't have the blooms. Yeah. But anyway, carry on.
Yeah.
See you.
Yeah, he's the one that came down to get me, Georgie, during that mental breakdown of mine. much for that. Ran out of marijuana.
Yeah, it's a good relaxant.
Yeah,
It's a good anti-inflammatory.
it helps.
Reduces swelling and it's good for arthritis, arthritic conditions, things like that.
Yep.
A lot of good uses for it. Yeah.
Silly old body.
Yeah, that's just another thing though that
What?
seems to be paralleling with the dying process. And if there's no threat to your life, and you're living fine, you still begin to question your mortality.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that you won't always be here, but still entertain thoughts and ideas about an afterlife. Yeah.
I have no ideas. I mean, there's ideas, but I don't know if any of them are real until we die, right?
Yeah.
Sassy, what are you doing?
I'll take another break. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Going through a pee phase.
Yeah.
Oh.
How come you're so wet, Sassy? Was you outside? Isn't it raining? Well, now, come on. What sooner? Oh yeah.
Yeah. Get spring fever.
Oh,
Allergies.
a little
I
bit
used
more
to have
pollen.
I used to have allergies to cedar
Oh, really?
pine or pine. What was it? Cedar. Yeah, there was this mountain cedar in Texas that I used to be allergic to. Got really bad attacks when it would bloom.
Yeah.
Certain time of the year, the mountain cedar would bloom, and I had to take allergy pills for that.
Yeah, my granddaughter gets it bad around this time of year. Allergies. Seasonal allergies.
Mm.
And the birds are awake. Can you hear them through the
Yeah,
microphone?
yeah, I hear the parakeets. Yeah, the budgies.
Yeah. They sound happy this morning.
Yeah, sure are. Sun's shining, and
Yeah.
that's when I got to start singing.
Boy. Real life.
Yeah.
Still hasn't, sun hasn't rose yet, but it's almost there. Man, my window looks dirty. Never noticed really. I see all the spots and not anything else. No. So the Saturdays, I'm going to try and make this class. I don't know how good I'll be at it, but I'll give it a shot. It's on Saturdays at 3 a.m. That'll probably be the only drawback. Is I'm not always up at 3 a.m. anymore. But you know, like today, I woke up and I was like, "Well, heck, it's 2 something. I'm not tired, and
Yeah.
and it's Sunday, so I went into Swami G's sad song, whatever. And so today they said something about having Saturday meetings and trying to learn, I guess, Sanskrit. So
Yeah, that's great.
that'll
Yeah,
be fun. That'll be fun.
sure would.
Yeah. And all I can think of is George's nephew, Kyle. He's like he knows lots of languages, and I bought this bottle of perfume that has some writings on it.
Uh-huh.
Arabic, I guess. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yeah, this. He could read that kind of stuff.
Ah, okay.
Can you see that? The weird.
Yeah.
So he does or Aramaic, I guess they call it. I don't know. So when they said that, I thought, oh yeah, I wonder if he knows Sanskrit. I never even thought to ask him. He knows a lot of languages. He knows Talawa, which is George's, well, and that's their native tongue, Talawa.
Yeah.
It's like our street, Tila. Tila means whale.
Hmm.
So we live on Whale Street. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, my grandson said that, and George too. My granddaughter, she hasn't said it, but my grandson said he thinks this stuff's crazy. He said he thinks it's all bullshit.
It was bullshit.
Our conversation, so to speak.
Oh, the conversation that we have.
The
That's
idea
fine.
of nothingness and
Yeah.
that kind of. I know. That's why I said that's fine. I don't care.
No thing. Yeah.
You don't get it. It's no biggie. Yeah.
Everything and no thing. No thing and everything. Yeah.
Just sounds
Everything, no
crazy.
thinging, and no thing, everythinging.
And I thought that was funny that some people it's not a concept that they care to understand or want to understand.
Yeah.
Something like that. Which, but my granddaughter, it's like she's like, duh. I talked to her.
Yeah.
She really is. It's like, man, you're she seems detached. That's the word, detached, a lot of times. Very almost not simplistic, but cut and dry. Like that's what happens. So whatever, move on. Yeah. Doesn't get too surprisingly, you'd think it would be, she's not, for a girl, she's not as emotional as like a lot of girls. I mean, she's emotional, but she's not like, at least it seems that way to me. She's very like sometimes she says things that are very really just intuitive, I guess, for someone 16. To me, she sees the world in a very at least she expresses it like that, she might get it someday is what I'm saying, because sometimes she seems like she's already got it and I don't. That's how I feel. It's like, catch up, grandpa. Yeah. Man, she said some, like I was talking to her once about, I don't remember what it was, but she just out of the blue just said it so simply, and I'm like, wow. How is that? How do you yeah, it was a while ago, but I just remember it being like, dang, that's very insightful. I find it interesting that when I was younger, I was I don't know what got me into religion as a child. I don't know if it was just that the church next door was interesting, because across the street there was a Catholic church, or at least I think it was Catholic. It wasn't very ornate. They had Jesus on the cross, and I don't know. I seem to like Catholicism seemed to be, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. I guess now they say Spirit though, for some reason. But yeah, I used to go over across the street to the church, and it was empty, and there'd just be Jesus hanging on the cross. I just stare at it and think about it. Of course, I probably had no concept, which I still don't, but at that time. I don't know if I really what the thoughts were. I just remember looking at it. You know what I mean? That's the only memory I have is looking up at being in the pew, looking up at the cross, Jesus on the cross. I know it was very influential on me though. I mean, probably seeing a dead dude on a cross is probably a little kid is probably pretty impactful, you know. Something it's not the normal dolls and GI Joes. I don't even know if they had GI Joes at that time.
Oh yeah, they did.
Mm.
I had them when I was a kid, 10, 11 years old.
Oh, I was more like 6, 5.
Oh yeah, even then.
Yeah, 75.
Oh yeah, they had them.
Yeah, well, they didn't have them nailed to a cross, so that's the point. You know, it's like a interesting image, and then you hear that, you know, as a kid, you hear this guy did something for you. He died for your sins.
Well, it's symbolic.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of it's symbology, really.
Well, you know, a little kid, as I'm saying, you know, I didn't know anything. Still
Yeah,
don't know
but then
anything.
yeah, but the interpretation of the Bible is it's very, very convoluted. It's watered down because a lot of the original meanings were lost through translations, transliterations from one language to another.
Yeah,
It was
that's
originally in Aramaic, and then it was translated to Latin, and then Latin to Greek, Greek to Greek to Latin, Latin to Spanish, Spanish to English.
oh,
Before it got to English, it really got watered down because certain words, certain languages have different meanings. So a lot of the meanings of a lot of the teachings in there got lost in translation. A lot of it was lost in translation, transliterated. And so, but what we can extrapolate from Christianity, if anything,
there's some good nuggets in there.
yeah, there's a lot of really good proverbs in there, and to apply it to non-dual,
Yeah.
in a non-dual sense with Advaita Vedanta, there's a lot of sayings that parallel with that,
Yeah.
such as we're in the world and not of the world.
Mm-hmm.
The space and time, it's a temporally temporary, indeterminate duration of space and time that we're appearing in, but we're appearing for an indeterminate duration in space and time. We're appearing.
Yeah.
We won't always appear, but as we are, it's temporally temporary. So if it's temporally temporary, then that already obviously implies that this is not the final place, or this is not a place where
Permanent. It's not a permanent.
where it's permanent. It's all impermanent.
Mm-hmm.
So if this place is impermanent, we're wondering then why are we here? What is the reason for this experience of life being in the world but not of it? But why be in the world at all? For what reason, meaning, and purpose? And there really isn't any.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there is.
There isn't any purpose, meaning, reason, and purpose for being here. You try to look for a religious one.
Yeah.
If you try to look for a religious one, they say it's for working out karma. That's what they say.
Maybe
Working out karma of a past life.
You see, that's where I don't know if there's a little bit of differences in my belief, but I don't know. I mean,
No, I don't believe any.
Yeah, I don't.
believe any of
It's
it.
like I don't know if you carry on. I can't believe that you'd carry on shit from the past. If
No.
anything, I would think that maybe your essence might carry on. Like if you lived a previous life, like that spark might be there. But I don't think your karma, like somebody said that any karma that you had would die with the body. So, that
Yeah,
unless your body was reincarnated, brought back, then you wouldn't have any karma. Wouldn't be born with karma because you don't have any because it dies when you die. But yet essence comes with you. Your essence, if there was reincarnation, that's how I would accept it. Is that?
well, yeah, that's the story. There's a
Yeah.
story of reincarnation. There's a lot of concepts behind that story, but it's a story nonetheless.
Yeah, I don't think
It's just a story, really.
I don't think you bring bullshit with you from a past life.
No, it can't be that way. I don't think so either.
And like someone else said, well, who who would who's even there? Who's even there to have karma?
Right.
It's like there's nobody there to have karma. So how could there be karma?
That's right. So how can there be karma to be attributed to anybody?
Yeah, that was Darren. He said that.
That's true, though. You take the individual out of the equation, and there's nothing left for it to be self-identified with. Yeah.
In the Free Flow Cafe, there was a conversation. I don't know. It was probably me who brought it up. I'm probably the cause of my wreckage. No, I just joking. But we were talking about reincarnation, and I actually don't know why, but people seem to equate reincarnation and karma together for some reason, which I don't necessarily think those two, if there was, would be necessarily attached to each other. It's like, why, if I'm reincarnated, do you think I have to bring old problems to the future? I mean, I don't know. To work shit out, I guess some people would say, but whatever. I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. And in fact, well, no, but it's true though. The reincarnation is another story.
Yeah.
Stories about beliefs.
And then there's this idea of, that this is just all energy. So in a sense, if I eat a chicken, the energy and it's reincarnated into this human body and then passes through, energy is consumed and energy is passed. So you might call it
transitory.
Yeah, energy is transitory, I guess.
Transient.
Right? Yeah, because you have to eat stuff. And then some people say that, and that's where I thought, if you're a vegetarian, there's some things that made sense to vegetarianism. I don't actually believe that, it makes you holy, but I think that it might might get away, I don't know, because I've never been vegetarian, so I don't know. And but God bless those that are not meat eaters, because I can understand that logic of not wanting to kill an animal. But I actually think plants are quite alive too, and they don't want to die any more than an animal. But whatever. I mean, if you feel less guilty eating a plant, great. I mean, I don't know what the plant feels about it, but because it doesn't have eyes, it doesn't exist, apparently. I don't know. But, when I think about vegetarianism, and as far as scientifically, like I was mentioning somewhere else, that, in environmental science, they talk about that like when a cow eats the grass, it's a loss of energy for us to eat the cow rather than eat the grass, because it takes so much energy to make that cow edible. There's a lot of, I can't remember exactly how it said it, but basically the lower you eat on the food chain, the more energy that is there. So when you eat a plant, there's more energy in it. But also, if you don't eat red meat, you don't get iron. And then George told me that's not true. You can get your iron from other substances, but whatever. But that's just what I heard, is that you had to eat meat to get iron. Somebody disagreed with me. I think it was George telling me you can get natural iron. But I don't know if that's the same iron. I don't know. It's probably just what meat eaters tell each other, right? You need your iron. Eat that steak, boy.
Well, we look at proteins and the B, the
And
B
you know,
vitamins, vitamin B12.
you know Emerson, and
Yeah.
he said something, and you know, I find it oddly, you know, and you know, it's like none of us are separate kind of idea. There's nothing separate, and it's like, you know, I find it interesting that, and he's probably not the only one. He's just the only one I've ever heard mention it besides me thinking it. Is, you know, he said he went through a phase where he'd only eat fruit, right? Why
Yeah.
would he do that? You know why? You know why? I know why. At least my thought is because you're not killing anything. It's the only thing that's, you know, God said, eat of these trees for they shall be your meat, you know? I mean, that's
Yeah.
biblical. And guess what? You're not eating a plant. You're not killing a plant. You're actually helping, you know, because you're going to eat those seeds most likely, or you're going to throw the core away. You're helping propagate the plant, but whatever. Can you live off of fruit only? I don't know. I'm just, you know, my brain said that, you know, if that would make sense, because if plants have feelings, you know, because as a kid, I watched this thing where, you know, they cut a tomato and they had this plant hooked up to this, some sort of electrical thing, and it's beep, spiked, you know, when you hurt another plant, it felt something. That was, what do they call that now? I forgot. It's some sort of, I want to say myelosphere, but that's not the right word. Some sort of interconnected thing that everything's connected. And I guess the plants are supposedly in that field. And anyways, they cut the tomato, and the plant goes, feels trauma from it.
The trauma.
Yes, plants. I was just, you know, it's like, what is
The trauma for the plant is it's dying. That's the trauma that it went through when
I
it
guess
died. Yeah.
when it felt the tomato being injured, it was sympathetic to a tomato or another plant. It was like, it felt empathy, I guess you could say, or felt it had a reaction, for lack of
You
a
think
better word.
so?
Well, that's what they say. I don't know. I'm just telling you, as a child, that was the conclusion of the experiment, that
Oh,
plants
okay.
have feelings.
That's how
And
they interpreted it.
yeah,
They made
yeah,
the interpretation that way. Yeah.
yes, that's how they read the signals or whatever was happening.
Okay.
And so, you know, growing up with that idea. So, anyways, I thought it was interesting that Emerson also, at least from my understanding, I never asked him. I heard him say that there was a time that he only ate fruit, you know, and I thought, wow, I had that same idea. I never went through with it because I don't like vegetables very much, or fruit. So I'm quite the carnivore, and I know, whatever. But
Fruit
still,
salad or having salads just vegetarian.
salads are
Meat, nothing.
okay,
Yeah.
but I I don't know. It take like an actual dedication to do that. You know, it's too convenient to go buy something that's. I mean, like I said, you know, I could buy a salad, I guess, but but are you a
But yeah,
vegetarian, Richard?
no, it's your choice of whatever you're going to eat. I don't give it much thought. I don't look at it that way. I don't look at consuming foods as though it's going to result in anything. I just eat whatever I come across, take out and whatever. Yeah,
That
and,
sounds
and just
funny.
eat it without thinking about it. Yeah,
I just
yeah.
eat whatever I come across. That's
Whatever.
great.
Hey, whatever I come across, I'll eat it. Yeah, that's right. If it's ordered, if it's takeout,
Omnivore.
yeah, omnivore, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's there, eat it. But like I said, I get the idea. You know, it's like, first they have feelings. Pets are great. You know, I mean, animals are living. That was the point. If animals are alive and plants are alive, eat of the fruit of the trees.
Yeah, well, the animals seems to be more attributed to another living thing that it wants to live too. It doesn't want to die. So, but
Right. Nothing does.
fruits and vegetables, and it would seem more. One would seem more apt to eat fruits and vegetables mainly.
Right.
Kind of stay away from consuming animals.
Yeah.
Fish is all right, I would say.
Hey, George made a delicious salad the other day. The tribe gives canned somebody canned some salmon and gave him some, and he made this salad, artichoke hearts, beets, and onion, like red onions, and a vinaigrette with some spices or whatever. It's delicious.
I'm sure it was. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's not a bad meal.
Yeah.
It's a good one to have.
It still had meat in it.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah.
Poor fish.
No, the fish is all right. I mean, the way I look at it, if it's going to be meat, it's going to be fish. I see it different than animals. Marine life would seem more apt to eat
It's
rather
healthy.
than
It's definitely
rather than
healthy.
consuming animals. Yeah.
It's a healthy.
Healthy diet to adopt. Yeah, it's true.
I guess that's sort of a Mediterranean diet, isn't it? A lot of fish and vegetables.
Yeah, it is.
That's what my doctor said I should eat, as a Mediterranean diet. George actually asked me a while back, just whatever happened to that Mediterranean diet? I said, ha ha.
Huh.
My doctor, I thought I had a Mediterranean diet when I was eating cherry tomatoes and feta cheese.
Mhm.
That's probably what made me fat. It was so good. My granddaughter just mentioned to me yesterday. Just remember when you were on your tomatoes and cheese? I said, yes. I was like, oh God, it's so delicious. Cherry tomatoes and just together was just delicious. You tired, Richard? You getting sleepy?
A little bit, not much, but just a little. I'm just thinking in terms of, what is this thing about sleep anyway? I mean, I know we need a certain amount of time to rest, but no, I just look at what is the purpose of it? What's the purpose of sleeping and resting? Well, we're trying to re-energize the body so that it stays awake and it gets on with activities throughout the day.
Yeah.
And if it's done with the activities throughout the day, the nighttime is for resting, sleeping, and that's what it does. But what if you have a different schedule than that? What if you work nights? What if you work like my wife? She works 1 a.m. till 8 a.m. at night, and that's the nighttime hours to sleep. She doesn't get her sleep until the day, and so her schedule is way off kilter, it's way off whack. But
how does she deal with it?
She seems to work it out. We go to sleep early. She goes to bed around 7, gets up around 1, goes to bed. Yeah, gets up around 1:15, leaves at 2:30, works from 3 until 9, from 3 to 9, gets off at 9, comes home about 9:30, 10, and by then she could take a nap during the day, and then we'll have dinner, and then she'll go back to sleep again at 7, get up at 1:15, and do it all over again that way. But if
6
she's
hours.
off, if she doesn't have to work the next day, then she'll stay up a little later. But then she winds up falling asleep around 11 or 12.
Mm.
And that's around the time that she normally works, but she'll sleep anyway. But you know, that's just we just work and sleep around the times that we have a certain work schedule. So we
Yeah.
schedule our lives around that, around the time that we can be in bed or be at work. Mine's all over the place. I could stay up until 11, 12, go to bed and sleep until 6 or 7 in the morning, and then get up, work from 8 till 5 or 8 till 6, then have dinner, stay up in the evening. The wife goes to bed around 7 or 8. I'll stay up until about 11, 12. Then I'll take a nap, spend a little time there in bed with the missus, and that's just for about an hour and a half. She goes to work, I sleep till about 7, wake up, go to work, and that's kind of a routine.
That's the routine.
Routine like that, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's our routine, and that's the routine that we have been accustomed to.
How long's that been the schedule?
Oh man, for a long time now. I'd say about a good 5 years, 5, 6 years now.
Oh, yeah.
Going on 5 or 6 and continuing on. I think for the next 5 it'll be that way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will be for the next 5 to 10, I would say.
If it works, why bother?
Yeah, it's working. We'll work it out somehow. But that really is an interesting thing when we look into the applications of rest and sleep and schedules and work schedules and the daytime hours that we're up and nighttime hours.
Yeah.
The different schedules that no one really seems to keep the same schedule. Because everybody's working different times of the day or night, or resting different times of the day or night. I'm sorry?
Or a different place on the planet.
Yeah, different place on the planet, different time zone.
Like,
that's another one.
The Zoom meeting yesterday, I was in, this one lady, she was in Dubai, and it's exactly 12 hours difference. And I was like, so when it was 12 noon here, it was midnight there. It was just like, dang, complete, you know?
Opposite, yeah. Opposite poles.
Like, just amazing.
It really is. Yeah.
It's like traveling around the world and I never left my house.
Yeah, you never left the house, and yet.
Yeah. Met all
wherever
these
we're
wonderful people.
Yeah, wherever we're at in the planet is a certain time zone. Different time zones, and
it would be fun to get to I think it would be anyway. Who knows? I was wondering if it would be fun, like because I think before the virtual cafes, they used to have like an actual meeting place where they'd, sit and chat and face to face. That's probably a wonderful experience, really, to physically be with other like minds, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure, that's true.
I mean, Zooms are great. I mean, because like I said, I'd have never met you in London. I mean, if there wasn't, there's no way I'd have met you. I mean, unless you ended up here or I ended up there.
That's right.
How else could that have happened?
That's true. That's how it seems to work, but All the different time zones,
Yeah, I know.
different.
That's a, it's like I felt like I was asked to make a commitment to be somewhere at 3 in the morning. It's like, oh, I
Oh,
really
well,
want to do it, but I don't know if I could. Not a very committal person.
yeah,
It's like
no,
I
that's
feel
okay.
sometimes I feel like a trap. It's a trap, It's like I don't want to. If I say I'm going to do something, then I'm locked into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And I guess it's not a trap, but I don't want to.
Nah,
You know, I don't
no,
know.
we're wherever we're going to be at a certain time, in a certain place, and in agreement to a certain extent. We're agreeing to be where we're at for a while, and
Have you ever studied the Sanskrits? Sanskrit?
Sanskrit.
Yeah.
No, haven't really studied it. I just know that in a lot of the mantras of the Advaita are
Mhm.
written in the Sanskrit language,
Yeah.
but it's the same. It's still the same as the English language, except it's in
Totally.
Sanskrit, and you look at it. A majority of the quatrains or the mantras are in Sanskrit,
Right.
but
But he was saying that there's nothing lost in the
yeah,
translations,
yeah,
like you were
It's,
talking
in other
about.
words, this is the raw form. Yeah, they say that Sanskrit, the original tongues of the Sanskrit, is where the full meaning of those teachings are there within it. But I would say it's not so much the tonation of the words, the phrases, and things that are said. I think it's more of I think it's the energy that's transferred
Hmm.
through the language that gets to the recipient or the receiver on the receiving line, receiving the what is being taught, what is being mentioned, what is being stated. I think you still get the same results.
Yeah. Probably.
I think you get the same impact, regardless if it's in the Sanskrit or the English language.
You know.
Um,
You know.
yeah,
What it sort of sounds like you're saying is, in a way, it's like, uh, you know, I know it's not exactly the same because it requires a knowing, but it says the God knows your heart, and then in that
yeah,
way, like you said, it's like if it's in here or in you, and you're there, so to speak, it doesn't really, and when you're saying that, I thought, yeah, words are duality, even if they're probably the original Sanskrit. That's probably, aren't they still a duality? Aren't words a duality?
yeah. Words are automatically duality. Anything that's enunciated and said,
Yeah.
it's already stated through a dual filter,
So yeah,
and
that would make
and
sense.
and all these filters that we use, one of the many filters happens to be language that is spoken. To speak of a language, that or it's already a duality. But although a duality is being used, it is still at the same time there's a transference of truth, of information
Mm.
that's exchanged. So it's kind of there and not there. It's real and unreal. And there's where the non-dual nature of Advaita Vedanta sets in.
Yeah, this reminds me of the monk. It is and it isn't.
Yeah, it is and it
I
isn't. That's
love the
right.
way he says it. He's just such a
Yeah.
good speaker. I love
Uh-huh.
his style. Guess without
Yeah.
using, he's
It is
smart
and it
too.
isn't. It's real and
I
unreal,
I really
observable and
envy smart
unobservable.
people. Huh?
It is real and unreal, observable and unobservable, knowable and unknowable. No
Yeah.
meaning, reason, or purpose other than was temporarily appearing for an indeterminate duration in space and time and not of space and time. So it is and it is not. Yeah.
Crazy.
It is. It's kind of unusual. It's weird, but then at the same time, it does make a lot of sense. Because
It's
here's
only
space and
crazy in one
time.
way.
We're in space and time, but we're not of space and time. So if we're in it, we're appearing in it, temporary, but we're not of it. So if we're not of it, it doesn't really matter to that extent of what we do or say. It's how we are. It's what we're being.
Right.
That seems to have more credence, or seems to be more important in terms of beingness in some way, rather than doing or knowing or thinking about it. Thinking about it or doing anything or knowing anything aren't as important as being. Yeah, I'd have to say that that'd be the bottom line. How are you being? Well, in the present, in the moment, in the now, in every
Hopefully.
moment. Can't be out of a moment that you've always been in.
You cannot, but you might not recognize it.
You may not recognize it every time, but once you realize it,
Yeah.
then if you recognize that you've been in every moment that you cannot be out of. In other words, every moment that you're in, you're never out of any moment that you're in. It's a constant moment of a presence. And that's where we're really at. And that's where everything is appearing. Everything's appearing in the moment. There's no past, there's no future, only continual now. So everything
Yeah,
that's possible is happening. Everything that's possible is happening now.
always now.
Everything that will ever happen is happening now. Everything's appearing finitely so. So in other words, it's the infinity appearing finitely. So there's infinity, there's everything. And it's temporally appearing in space and time. Although it's not of it, it's still appearing nonetheless. And it's appearing because of space and time. Because we're in space and time, but we're not of it, yet we're appearing. So it's apparently appearing as a dream. And that's it. We're going over and over and over it again this way. But that's the main theme of non-duality. It's appearing, it's apparent appearances, they're temporary, in the world, not of it. And that's
That's a
on and
wrap.
on. Always on. Yeah, that's a wrap. That's pretty much it, really. But yeah,
It seems
in
like
the
that
world, but not of it.
when you listen to some of the
Yeah,
non-duality speakers,
yeah.
it's like it's almost like 2 or 3 sentences, and it's like, okay,
Uh-huh.
that's the
Okay,
plot.
anybody got to have a question? Yeah, so then they open it for questions. Like the way Jim Newman does it. Jim Newman, he
Yeah.
goes through a little introduction and he says, this is all there is. All there is this.
Yeah.
This is all there
Boy,
is.
that sure
There's nothing
opens up
more.
a lot of questions, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does. It opens up so many questions because the individual person, the body mind, wants to know that there's some kind of permanence in the impermanence. It wants to extend its presence, and it wants to be known, so it wants to be noticed. So notice me, notice what I am doing, what I am, and see, it thinks in terms of individuality and self-importance, and then it self-conjures all these ideas around that way of thinking, and that's not non-dual. That's not non-dual in terms of thinking that way. So you turn all that around and say, no, it's the horse before the cart. Not the cart before the horse. It's the horse before the cart. It really doesn't matter. If you just think about it, it's just incredible. It's amazing how if we think about what really matters, well, nothing's really mattering. It's just apparently appearing. There's an apparent appearance of everything. Everything's
That's
appearing miraculously. Everything appears all at once,
oh God.
and it continuously appears this way. But over and over, it's as though each second that's going by, it's a renewal. It's the same thing appearing, but appears a bit differently as each moment goes by. That it's just incredible. As each second goes by, it's a renewal, another renewal, another renewal, and it goes on and on. Doesn't end. Continuously. No beginning and no end. The Alpha and Omega. You'll hear Jim Newman say that a lot.
What, Alpha?
Alpha and Omega. Jim
I've
Newman
never
will
heard
speak
him
of
say
this.
that. Maybe I
Yeah, he'll
haven't
speak
watched
of
him
that.
enough.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, Jim Newman, he has a certain style and a certain way of starting out his satsangs. He'll just simply say, this is all there is. There's nothing else. You're not an individual. You're not an individual person. There's no separation. Everything's whole, complete, full. It's full and empty, both. Empty fullness. They speak this way. And in this way of speaking, they say, I'm not really an individual. I'm not really a person. It just apparently appears that I'm speaking and that there's sounds and there's visions. There's sounds and visions, and there's no real meaning, reason, purpose behind them. They're just sounds and visions, just appearing. They're apparently appearing, and that's it. Okay, questions? No, see, so it's so very simplistic, so very ordinary, so fundamental when it comes to the non-dual nature, non-duality. Very, very basic, very simple. Everything is and it is not. It appears and disappears and reappears again. It's as though that's a process of a cycle that's happening.
No, every time you say that, I just hear the monk's voice in my head.
Yeah.
It's like,
It is and it isn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Everything is and it is not. Yeah.
Yeah. And he says it with such it is, and it isn't. Yeah.
All at the same
I guess
time.
it's, you remember Ripley's Believe It or Not?
Yeah.
That's sort of the tone, I think. Believe it or not, it is or it isn't. Or it
Yeah.
It
is and it isn't. Yeah.
Right. That's what I would
It's
say.
not it is or it isn't, but it is and it isn't. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's both.
It's very like I said, he's got a way about him. He definitely his stories stick with me. I like his stories. Like he was talking about about pots, when you're a student, what kind of pot to not be. And it's like there's there's an upside down pot, because you can't put anything in the pot because it's upside down. You got the cracked pot. And after he goes through all these explanations, it's like I think I'm all of those pots. I'm the cracked upside down pot. Shit.
Yeah, I understand. He's using analogies.
Yeah,
Try to get
I like
across.
analogies. I like
Yeah,
analogies.
he's using analogies. Try to get across teachings about it. But there's so many different approaches. But yeah, that's one of many. Using analogies like that. Yeah.
Did you make yourself something to eat last night?
No.
Oh, I was too tired. I'm sorry. You woke me up. I'm hungry, Grandpa. It's okay. Give me a few minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just didn't wake up.
Get around to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll fix himself something. Yeah.
He's bigger than me. He should be able to handle it.
He's going to. He's going to continue. He's going to figure out to where you're not going to hear that anymore. He's going to eat whatever he's hungry. He's going to fix himself, whatever. And if there's something in the refrigerator or something in the cupboards, he'll find it, and that'll be the end of that. But yeah. But at least you don't have any little ones anymore that depend on you a lot more than that. You know, at least you don't have young ones that are too young to where they need dressed, or you need to dress them. You got to give them extra care. You still don't have that anymore.
Mihu.
I'm setting in the shower.
Okay.
Reno's outside, so we're about 10 minutes out from on check for him.
All right.
So typical Sunday over there, huh?
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you get back into the groove of the week again. Coming up tomorrow.
I guess. I don't know. You know, I was thinking about, well, there's a few things that trouble me, but I think I worry, you know, I was thinking about how anxiety and depression, it's like, I now think that I create a certain anxiety when I worry about my bills, paying bills, money.
Yeah.
That creates an anxiety for me. Like I used to have.
Yeah, you can. You can stir yourself up that way if you allow it.
Yeah.
If you,
but I'm recognizing it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you entertain those ideas, they'll get taken care of. You just need to gradually take each day, day by day, each moment, and just build on that, because that's what you're reckoning with. You're dealing with certain moments, not too far in the future, but just in that moment, and you'll be all right. You'll notice, recognize that each moment that you're in, you're going to take whatever's going on, whatever's happening in life, and you'll just take that much amount of time and deal with that. In other words, life won't throw at you any more than you can handle. You'll be able to
I don't
handle
know if
just as
that's
much
true.
life.
I call bullshit.
In a sense, it's true. Yeah, well.
I don't know. It could feel like, obviously I'm here, so I handled it.
Yeah, well, you look at each hour's going by. Look how slow time's going by. Time's going by slowly. It is. And look at all these opportunities as time's going by. There's plenty of opportunities. Every moment that goes by is an opportunity. Opportunity for many things.
Yeah.
Yeah, many things to get done. Anything needs done, well, get it done. Look into it. Find out what needs to be done.
Tired of all the negative emotions.
Yeah, you don't have to entertain that.
It just feels like it comes on me. It's like I try to be in such a positive place. I feel like shit just tries to rock my boat, so to speak.
Yeah, if you let it will. Yeah, if you allow it to get to you, it might continue to do that. But
yeah.
if you don't allow it to get to you, it won't. So. Yeah, each moment just going by. It's another hour of our life.
Is it?
You say, is this another hour of our life going by? What do you mean our life? No, it's just another hour of life that went by.
Yeah.
It's not ours, not your hour, it's not my hour. It's just an hour that went by.
Apparently, huh? It's gone.
Apparently. Yeah, apparently it has. Another hour. So you extend that and you look into that. What is in an hour? What can be done in an hour? Can anything be done in 1 hour? A lot of things could be done in an hour's time.
Shit. 10 minutes, a whole bunch of bad shit could happen. An hour, hell, who knows how much.
It takes 6 to 8 minutes for sunlight to reach the earth.
Yeah, isn't that something? That always
That's what
bothers me.
That's what
It's
they
like I
say.
wouldn't even know the sun was gone. Then all of a sudden, poof.
8 minutes later, yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit, it's
7
dark.
Huh.
That'd probably be about it. Then you're done. Oh shit. Yeah, yeah. Eight minutes. Huh? Well, that's how far the sun is, I guess. 8 minutes at the speed of light.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah.
Yeah. Who knows? Oh, Jesus have mercy. Oh, I gotta share this with you. Maybe I can find it. Let's see.
Okay.
Because I was telling this dude, it was in this meeting. I was telling him, let me see if I can find it first. Let's see. I might have closed it. Dang it. Let's see. Is that it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, how do I share this? Because I was telling him, let's see, copy image. All right. I copied it. Chat. What's this? Is it there? No. How do I do this? Let's see. Is there any way you can see what I'm seeing? Is there any way to do that? Share screen?
Yeah, you can share the screen. You can share the screen.
Is this
See where it shows share screen? Click onto that. Here you go.
Can you see that?
There you go. Yeah, I see that.
I was telling somebody about my experience that when I shot up drugs, I said, well, Jesus would have, I know, because, I was going through this, what do you call it? Delusion of grandeur, somehow being, because, everyone, when I had long hair and I was dealing drugs and I spoke a lot about God, people would, are you Jesus? Are you Jesus? And I said, no, I'm William. My name's William, not Jesus. It's like maybe if they called me Jesus, I could say, yeah, man, I'm Jesus, But anyways, I said that. I said, I know Jesus would never do that. Then the dude shared this picture. And I thought, I guess in some ways, if there's no separation, Jesus did do it.
Yeah.
Which is fucked up, right? Anyways, let's see. I don't remember. Oh, stop share. Okay. Yeah. That's when I was sure I wasn't. I was like, that was definitely unholy. Defiling the body of Christ. Yeah. Thank God that's over.
Oh, yeah.
Not to worry about that. That was a nightmare. What a thing to do. I did some ugly things. Or some ugly things were done, I should say.
That's true. Seeing that they were done, they weren't you. That wasn't you. It was just something that you were going through, thinking that, well, I went through that. No, well, you apparently appeared to do that, but that's what the body mind was involved with.
Yeah.
And that's all. You just look at it that way. Just recognize, realize, well, I'm not that anyway. Not really that. Never was that. See, that's the thing about being born and dying. Both aren't really so, because there is no beginning, there's no end. If there's no beginning, then there's nothing that's born. And if there's no end, then that means there's no death. So if we can't remember, we can't recall when we were born, and we're not going to really know when we die. So how much of that is known? How much do we know about being born and dying? We don't know a whole lot, do we?
I only know what
Yeah.
I know when I watched my mom pass, and
Yeah.
she seemed to know something was happening because she asked, "Am I dying?" So she had an awareness that something was going on,
Yeah.
and that's when I thought that they talk about unconditional love.
Yeah.
I think when you reach a point, you start to feel that unconditional love, or maybe it's the DMT rushing through your body. I
Yeah.
don't know. But you know, uh, yeah, that sense of euphoria and stuff. Or is it really just the energy trapped in your body being released? Is that the euphoria? I don't know.
I mean, that's just such an unknowable, something that we really don't have enough information about.
Yeah.
We can look into it. We can try to look into as much as we can about near-death experiences and about other people that have gone as far as they could to report all the various experiences about being in a tunnel
Right.
of light and things like that. And
Did you have
meeting
any
loved
tunnels?
ones at the bed, meeting loved ones at the bedside,
Did
things
you
like
ever
that.
have? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
No, I never seen a tunnel. No,
Yeah, me neither.
I haven't really had a near-death experience, so I really don't know.
You had outer
But
body
if it,
though, right?
yeah, but if it does happen, let's say if I do happen to survive from something like that, then I definitely will share it and report it if it
Yeah.
does happen. Oh yeah, I wouldn't be able to keep something like that to myself. I know how I am. I really do. I know I'd want to tell the world about something like that.
Yeah. Hang on, I gotta let the stupid dog in. The stupid one. I'm the one getting up, huh? Come on.
Silly butt
Come on. Wait, let me get my blanket.
up. Fuff.
Shit. Man, I never wanted no pets, and here I am, a pet.
Yeah, but he's such a little easy dog to take care of. You should see this big galoot that I have.
Ugh.
I have this big Staffy. These big Beebly thing.
These big poos do it. Yeah. I know. It's like even if they're little, they still want to get on your lap.
Yeah.
Funny. Oh, should she respond? I'm looking to see if my granddaughter works today. Here's somebody outside my door. Hello. Yeah, I want to know if she works today or not. She hasn't responded. I don't think she does because she asked if Frank could spend the night. You know, it wasn't until recently that I actually started noticing birds in the background of like
Oh yeah.
movies and other like live programming and shit like that. Shit like
Uh-huh.
that.
Huh.
And things like that. You know, it's like who was it? I was listening to somebody, I couldn't figure out where it was coming from, but I could hear ravens in the background, you know, squawking. Oh, that's what I wanted to tell you is I watched this thing from Walter. I don't know his name. He does interviews. Walter something, just says Walter, or at least that's what I remember. And he was in. It seemed like a park, or at least outside. It was snowing, and he was talking about some dogs. You know, the dogs were just being. The ducks or the geese were just, you know, being. Everything just is. Just.
Uh-huh.
It was really. I can't repeat exactly how he said it, but it was very. It felt really.
Non-dual.
Oh, it was non-dual, definitely.
Yeah.
It was so non-dual that it was like, man, I've heard this before. But I still liked, you know, when he was pointing out, it might
Right.
have been the same message, but he was like saying,
Yeah.
look, you know, there's a dog doing this. Look, there's
Yeah.
a
You know.
duck doing that. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
It's
So it's a different,
noticing the
yeah,
background, bringing it to the forefront. Yeah.
right. This is a
Yeah.
dog doing dog thing, you know, or dog doing dog, or however they say.
Yeah.
Dog dogging. Yeah.
The dog dogging. There you go.
Yeah.
It's the dog dogging, the cat catting.
Yeah, and the goosing, you know, it's like
It's everything
singing.
dogging, everything catting. Yeah.
So it was just, and he was just walking, and I could hear people in the background and their
Uh-huh.
conversations, and I thought, you know, that's everything, just being and doing, and you know, aliveness. You know, it's just aliveness happening all
Yeah,
around.
but notice there's a limited amount of that information that you can tap
Process.
into.
Yeah.
That's only a very small
If
portion.
she
Yeah.
goes, yeah. If she doesn't go, I'll make you a sandwich. Okay. I mean, I'll make it sooner or later. The sun's up. Bright light, bright light.
Huh.
Can you see it? Yeah, look. I'm so
Yeah.
white.
Oh yeah.
Blinded. Just thinking if that was my legs, it'd glow. I'm so white. Oh heck.
But yeah, if we're going to refer to everything that is happening around us going on, we're so limited to what we can
Yeah.
perceive or take in.
Process.
It's only so far that we can detect. We can only detect so many things around us, but beyond that limitation, beyond that realm, there's a hell of a lot more going on, even further out as we go. And when you think in terms of that and all the life that's around us, and we're not even talking about the microbial life. We know there's microbes everywhere. There's microbial life. Living things at the microbial level. Yeah, living things at microbial level that are far more ancient than us.
What?
Far more ancient.
What's
ancient?
Okay.
Microorganisms that are far more ancient and older.
Yeah.
Than people. I mean, they've been around for thousands of years. So, I mean, we're not even entertaining that.
I don't have to drive. Woo. I guess it's a bad thing. I don't get to spend time with her. You know, I used to, for a while, I got a little bothered that after we moved, you know, the kids wanted me to drive them to the end of the road. But for 9 years, technically, I drove them to school every day.
Yeah,
You know?
that's good.
And
That's really something. Yeah.
And so I got a little resentful at first. It was like, it's just right there. Walk, right? And then I
Yeah.
realized I don't spend a lot of time with them, honestly. I'm in my room. They're in their rooms. They're at school
Yeah.
with their friends. And I
Mhm.
thought, you know, that maybe that's the little bit of quality time that they needed, you know? And
Yeah.
so I got over myself. And, you know, yeah, and just was like, it's okay, you know? It's okay.
Sure it is.
It's all okay. They need that. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's like I get resentful. Oh, will you take me here? And I felt like I came to a point where I felt like I needed to go more with the flow of life because there's less resistance that way, you know? It's like unless it just can't be done, then you know I can't do it. But if I can
Yeah.
do it, right? I mean, why
Mhm.
not? It's not hurting nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's probably beneficial too. It's like I'm getting a bunch of notices, man.
Okay.
Rupert Sherpa's on spiritual teachings. Buddha at the
Oh,
gas
Rupert
pump.
Spira.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the new realities, the alien people.
New realities.
Have you
That guy interviewed Jim Newman. It was one of the most hilarious
Oh, that's how I
interviews.
see
Remember
him.
that funny one?
Yes.
The two-parter
I didn't recognize that was the guy that was
from New
interviewing
Realities.
Jim. Yeah,
That's
I
him
seen
from
that,
New
and he was
Realities.
like, oh, and Jim was just like, ha 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 ha. He
Yeah.
blew the dude's mind. He was like,
That's one of the funniest ones. That's one of the best ones that I've seen yet.
I didn't realize it was him till right
Yeah.
now.
But that's one of the most hilarious, funniest interviews. I like to revisit that two-parter where he's trying to say, yeah, but I'm still me. I don't know how I could get out of the me. He's trying to talk to Jim Newman about that. And Jim Newman kept telling him, yeah, but you're not a separate individual. You're not you.
Right.
Yeah, but I still feel like a me. I still feel like there's something here. There's some.
It was really not.
Yeah, he kept. Jim was relentless too. Jim just kept holding on. He wouldn't give. He wouldn't turn around and say, "Okay, all right, yeah, you're right." No, he never said that.
Be patient.
That's one of the funniest ones.
I hear people like certain individuals that you know in certain Zoom meetings they seem to pop up all the time asking the same
questions.
Yeah, and it annoys some people apparently, and you know, and I think a lot of people are amazed like that you know the speakers don't seem to mind. You know, the ones that are doing the format.
The satsang, yeah.
Yeah, they don't seem to mind that it's the same person asking the same stupid question. And then they say they got it. And then 5 minutes later, they're raising their hand asking the same question.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, but what else would be happening if he didn't do that? If not, raise your hand. If you don't want to raise your hand, then what's the point? Right?
Yeah, that's what they refer to as starving the questioner.
Right. He's not getting starved, though, is he?
He's not getting starved yet. So if he's not starved, well, he keeps coming back, and that's fine. Keep coming back until you eventually starve him out.
Or is he actually? Is that why they keep asking? Is because they are starving? You think?
Oh yeah, they still have yet to starve out. They're still asking and still questioning because they're still seeking. Well, as long as they're seeking, that's what's starving them out. In other words, that's what's interfering with their ability to notice. They keep seeking, but that's the seeking that's getting in the way. Remember the double slit experiment?
Yes.
Where the observer becomes involved and it changes what happens in the experiment. The activity, the very activity of observing is what distorts the reality of the particle.
Right. Right.
So if there wasn't that observer, then the particle will be going on being a particle, but it changes into a wave. It changes to a wave as soon as a person witnesses it. It observes the particle going through, and it sees it forms a wave pattern. But if the individual does not observe it, it continues on as a particle. That's just a timeless experiment that proves that it's the act of observing that distorts reality.
Doesn't that mean that that's also proof that there's energy when you think about something being?
Yeah, we are energy. We are energy. We're energetic movements. That's what we truly are. And when we are observing, if we're observing, looking at reality, we're distorting it.
Right.
We're distorting it because we're lending reality our energy, and however we interpret what we're seeing is what we believe. Whatever we interpret what we see, we believe it. Yeah.
You want to know a strange idea I had that
Uh-huh.
I was trying to fathom the idea, you know, where Jesus said, if you had faith, you could move mountains, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I thought in a non-dualistic way, well, there's no mountain, so there's nothing to move. But say there was, and since there's no me, but there is something that I don't understand, but there's maybe something. And if that something is not this being, but something else around or whatever, everywhereness was to say, mountain be gone, the mountain would be gone, right?
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be me, this me doing it. It would be the
interpreting part of the me. It interprets. The interpreting part of the me. Yeah, the interpreter.
It's like I guess so, the interpreter. When like I mentioned this before, that it used to trouble me how Jesus would say, if you've seen me, or was written that Jesus would say that if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, right? And I couldn't understand that, because it's like, because you talk to my dad doesn't mean you've seen me, right? In a physical sense. And then I thought, and then the idea, came to me that, maybe God's not, or Jesus, whatever. See one, maybe he was saying that, he's not really there, in a sense that when you remove the identity of Jesus, all that's left there is the Father, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, if you've spoken to that action figure called Jesus, then you spoke to the Father. It's like, to me that made more sense. That
we said that God the Father are one.
Right.
And the Father are one. Yeah.
Yeah. But the understanding is different for me now, is what I'm saying. How I see that.
Yeah, the perceiving. Right, the perception.
Yeah.
Yeah, what you got out of the statement.
Before, it didn't make much sense. Just like the kingdom of God is within you.
Oh yeah, that one's a good one.
My mom made me that pillow, and I used to put my head on it. So I'd see that. I still remember Jesus with all the lights around him, rays of light.
My favorite, still in the world and not of it. That's one of my favorite ones too.
My friend used to say that a lot, Dolly and David.
And that's true.
That's
non-dual all the way.
Well, they were. Those are the people that gave me the insight to. That's why I even have an inkling into all that stuff. Is where it started from Gurdjieff. They were students or studiers of the Gurdjieff ideology, school, way. I don't know what you want to call it.
There's the Urantia book.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, urantia.com. Check it out. Urantia, Urantia.
I'll have to Google it now, or I won't remember. It's like I hear so many things, and I was trying to find something today, and I couldn't Google it because I can't say things right. So what's it called?
Urantia, Urantia. Urantia, Urantia.
U
R
R
A N
T I A.
TIA, Urantia.
Good. Okay, I got it. Let me Google it now.
Yeah, you Googled that, man. You're gonna get a lot of information on that one because
What is it about?
it was Christ's teachings,
Oh,
the Urantia book.
who wrote this one?
It should take you there. Let me look into this again. Hold on.
The spiritual, philosophical, and religious book that originated in Chicago sometime between 1924 and 1955. The authorship remains a matter of speculation. Ooh, spooky. You wrote it, didn't you, Richard, in 1925?
No. The life and teachings of Jesus. That's it.
Let's see. Yeah.
The Urantia book.
Well, now at least I got the
life and teachings of Jesus.
Says the Urantia book, free online, download, read online, listen. Is that the right one or is that a different one? Let's see, Urantia. It doesn't say anything about Jesus yet. Edgar Casey and the Urantia books. Uh-oh. I've never heard of these people or this book. It's only $5. Yeah. So, and teachings of Jesus. Maybe I should try that.
Yeah, there you go. Urantia.
Book of Life of Jesus.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh. Concordance. I got the Strong Concordance. There it is. Online Truth.
Yeah.
Truthbook.com. I swear it's like, well, this is not the same thing. Oh, it is. Discover Jesus in the, however you say that book. The paintings of Jesus. Why would I care about those? I don't know why. The next day, Jesus went to the 12 over to Amatheus, near the border of Samaria, whatever. And as they approached the city, they encountered a group of lepers, 10 lepers. Please. 9 of this group were Jews, 1 Samaritan, whatever. Ordinarily, these Jews would have refrained from all associations or contact with the Samaritan. But their common affliction was more than enough to overcome all religious prejudice. Okay. The story of the 10 lepers, apparently.
Yeah.
Let's see. Bam. And his early miracles of healing. The practice of announcing the time. Oh, that's great. It would make sense, huh? The healer is coming. The healer is coming. People would say that, back in that time.
Paper
Jesus had
119.
been explaining to
The
his
Bestowals
12.
of Christ Michael, chief of the evening stars of Nebadon. I am assigned to Urantia by Gabriel on the mission of revealing the story of the 7 bestowals of the universe sovereign, Michael of Nebadon. And my name is Gavalia. In making this presentation, I will adhere strictly to the limitations imposed by my commission. The attribute of bestowal is inherent in the Paradise Sons of the Universal Father. in their desire to come close to the life
I
experience
gotta
of
use the
the
restroom, Richard.
creatures.
Yeah, okay.
The various
All right,
orders of
gotta
the
take a pee break.
paradise sons are
Sorry.
reflecting the divine
Yeah,
nature
that's
of
all
their
right.
paradise parents. The eternal Son of the Paradise Trinity led the way in this practice, having 7 times bestowed himself upon the 7 circuits of Havona during the times of the ascension of Grand Fonda and the first of the pilgrims from time and space. And the eternal Son continues to bestow himself upon the local universes of space in the persons of his representatives, the Michael and Evona sons. When the eternal Son bestows a creator son upon a projected local universe, that creator son assumes full responsibility for the completion, control, and composure of that new universe, including the solemn oath to the eternal Trinity, not to assume full sovereignty of the new creation until his 7 creature bestowals shall have been successfully completed and certified by the Ancient of Days of the super universe of jurisdiction. This obligation is assumed by every Michael's son who volunteers to go out from paradise to engage in universe organization and creation. The purpose of these creature incarnations is to enable such creators to become wise, sympathetic, just, and understanding sovereigns. These divine sons are innately just, but they become understanding and merciful as a result of these successive bestowal experiences. They are naturally merciful, but these experiences make them merciful in new and additional ways. These bestowals are the last steps in their education and training for the sublime task of ruling the local universe in divine righteousness and by just judgment. Though numerous incidental benefits accrue to the various worlds, systems, and constellations, as well as to the different orders of universe intelligences affected and benefited by these bestowals, still, they are primarily designed to complete the personal training and universe education of a creator son himself. These bestowals are not essential to the wise, just, and efficient management of a local universe, but they are absolutely necessary to a fair, merciful, and understanding administration of such a creation, teeming with its varied forms of life and its myriads of intelligent but imperfect creatures. The Michael's sons begin their work of universe organization with a full and just sympathy for the great being whom they have created. They have vast stores of mercy for all these differing creatures, even pity for those who err and flounder in the selfish mire of their own production. But such endowments of justice and righteousness will not suffice in the estimate of the Ancient of Days.
Anyway, yeah, the Rancher book.
Yeah? Never
Yeah,
heard
the
of it.
Rancher book about life and times of Jesus.
I've heard of the Apocrypha and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things I read in the Apocrypha is Jesus said that I am, that he's even under a stone. That, I thought that was interesting because it reminded me that, or it reminds me of, that being everywhere and everything,
Yeah.
and of course, if you're everything and everything, then you're nothing too, but whatever. Yeah, when you was talking about talking about how to explain it.
He's in every tree and every leaf. Where 2 or 3 gather, there he is amongst them.
Yeah. Everywhere.
Where 2 or 3 gather in his name, there he is amidst them.
There I shall be also.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. It's inescapable, really. They say if you're ever baptized,
Oh.
you can't undo that.
Yeah.
That's what they say. They say you can't undo a baptism. Once you're baptized, that's it.
Yeah. I used to have this feeling because people go to the Smith River here. It's a very clean river.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And for many years, I felt like I was called to baptize myself there, and I refused.
Uh-huh.
Remember, I told you about my experience when I went to Reno, right? And I lost my mind.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That during that experience, I felt like I said, I don't know if I set up the whole thing mentally or what, but there was these voices that was telling me what would happen if I went, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I baptized myself in the river that I didn't ever want to be baptized in because whatever reason. I was afraid crows would show up, okay?
Well, yeah.
But anyways, I did that, and I baptized myself, so to speak, in the river, and Smith River. And then when George picked me up out of the mental institution, I also baptized us both in the Eel River.
Uh-huh.
But that's after I'd lost my mind, and oh my
Yeah.
God, it was so crazy, man.
Mm.
I'm telling you, it's like I'll tell you this, that when I was having this experience, there was these doors, and doors were rattling. It just
Yeah.
really felt like I really wasn't sure if I was in purgatory or not. You know, it's like I wasn't really aware of it. Was insane shit.
Hmm.
And, later on, looking back, what I believe was happening is there was the sheriff department was checking the doors to make sure they were secure.
Uh,
From my perception, you know, it was just doors were rattling on the other side. And I'm like,
right.
all this other shit had happened, and it just seemed like a perpetual, ongoing
Yeah.
experience. It was too much. But yeah, baptism. Yeah, when I was little, I like I said, when I was in the foster home, I was also with the Catholic Church, and you know, you go through line, and they give you this little Archie, and I think it was called Archie, his little comic book of Archie
Yeah.
and Jughead and Veronica,
Uh-huh.
stuff like that, and they give you a book. And I went through twice. I got baptized twice the same day. They didn't say anything. I don't know. That doesn't mean anything. I just think I was a silly little boy that I must have thought it was fun or something, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the Jesus. I'm gonna get Jesus. I just remember all those silly little songs, you know, Jesus loves you and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, the songs and that you sang, yeah.
I was in this mega church when I was a kid. They sang, if you read the Bible every day, you will grow. And then you come out of your seat like this, you will grow, you will grow. You know, you can keep singing that, you know, if you read the Bible, and then once you're standing up, and then you go, if you don't read the Bible every day, you will shrink. You will and then you end up sitting down again. I remember that. That's how the programming worked. It was so good.
Yeah.
And there was this lady with pockets, and I guess some special kid would get to come up and go pull something out of the pocket. That's how I remember that part too. Riding the bus. I don't remember any of the other like spiritual teachings. I do remember some of the movies they'd show. I remember lots of movies and pictures, like in school.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they showed some weird shit. I don't understand why
Yeah.
they showed things. I don't know. It was weird. School was weird in the 70s.
Uh-huh.
They'd show pictures of like, I don't even know what their reasoning was, but they'd show movies like, they'd explain how race cars were like commercials and stuff. Like I never forgot that stuff though. How they make like a 12-inch, or that's not 12 inches, like a 3-foot thing look like a mile long just by taking different photographs and the way the perceptions, how they made that. I guess that's early media. Yeah. Oh Lordy.
Another one that's interesting is the Keys of Enoch.
What's that? The keys.
Put it in the search engine and find out. The Keys of Enoch. Enoch.
I don't want to lose this one. Okay, let's see. Keys of Enoch. The Book of
It's
Jesus.
another one similar to the Urantia, similar but different writing.
Book of Enoch. Oh no.
Yeah.
Keys of Enoch. Keys. Wow. That's a $359 book. Gee, many Christmas.
Yeah.
That's an expensive piece of knowledge.
Uh-huh.
The Book of Knowledge. Let's see. Wow, yeah, that's beautiful. Looks like Yahweh's name. What? Anita Reflects. Oh, that's a premiere. That's not really her. You like her, don't you?
What's that?
Anita, is that her name? No,
Oh, another
Ariana.
speaker, yeah.
Ariana.
Adriana, yeah, it's another speaker.
Yeah. It's a premiere, which it's not, that doesn't mean
Similar,
anything.
reminds me of Anna Brown's another one.
Yeah, that's expensive. Maybe I'll look it up in YouTube. There'll probably be a video about it.
Oh, there's a lot of stuff on YouTube about Keys of Enoch as well, yeah.
Keys of Enoch.
Yeah.
Now there's that book. Yeah. Absolute Seeker.
Huh.
Let's see what this guy says. I hope it's English.
Think that your Bible or whatever book you have all my words in it. Now, the most I already know the wicked.
What?
Already know how to think. If his words were compiled into one book, you and I would be looking for that book until death. We would never find it. Because they would have taken possession of it and made sure that I would have never found it. Now I understand why he not write so many books, because he knew they would hide a lot of them. But a few of them are around here. And this is one of them.
Oh, he's got an accent.
So,
Okay.
this book
All right here.
has
All right here.
so much gems
Huh.
in it.
This guy here.
And I'm just grateful that the Most High just give me the eyes to see, the wisdom to comprehend what I read from, right? So now I have to share it with you guys in a way that you'll understand. So walk with me as I take you on this little journey once again.
Okay, well, just read the book, my friend.
Now, I'm not going to cover what they do not cover because I already discussed that in another
In 2016,
Well, at least I got that in there. Yeah, if I don't put these stuff in the memories, I don't remember.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
The phone. Like I can't even remember what the hell they're talking about something. It was so a translation. I wanted to know what it meant with the definition. I'd never heard the word before and
Yeah.
I wanted to know. Oh well. I wanted to know. I needed to know. Ah, jeez. So funny. Yeah. Yeah, I told my grandson that I already had everything cut up for sandwiches because he asked me to make one. I said, it's already cut up. I said, just slap it together. I don't want to. So you're not that hungry, right?
Yeah.
Shit. That getting hungry motivates me. So yeah. Don't want to. Shit. Well, that's all I wanted to do today for you.
Mm.
So funny. Yeah. My stepdaughter's in Hawaii with her husband. They travel a lot. I was thinking about that. It's like, I used to want to travel. Then I realized, I think I was talking to Darren, and he was just, it's been like a slow realization that traveling, my idea of traveling at the time was a certain way of seeking, it was seeking fulfillment through travel. Like somehow that would make me happier, like, but it's like, then I realized, well, if that's the case, then, that's kind of wrong. It's not, I mean, I shouldn't be happier traveling than I am right now or anywhere, unless I'm being tortured or something like that. Something
Yeah.
You know what I mean, right? I mean, a
Oh
normal
yeah.
state. Yeah. So I was like, because I was like, oh yeah, if I could just go to Italy, or if I could go to India, or if I could just do this or just do that. It's like, what's funny is a lot of people wish they could come here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind visiting Oregon or
Yeah.
parts of Northern California up there. Yeah,
Yeah.
those redwoods are amazing.
Well, if you ever get to California and you're in my area, you're welcome
Large
to
trees.
rest at our house.
Yeah.
Have food and sleep.
Okay.
Go to the forest, rummage around, swim in the ocean if you want to freeze your bahootie off. 70 degrees. It's like shit. You're lucky it's 70 degrees in the summer here. Occasionally we'll have freak weather and it'll be like hot. But average, it's not 70 degrees. Like 65. That's more of an average. I mean, it used to be. And then, but yet the weather doesn't get too cold either. It's, it stays about 45 in the lows normally. But I don't know. Things are a little different. Or they fluctuate. It seems more. But yeah. Yeah. Alexa, what's the temperature outside?
Right now, it's 38 degrees Fahrenheit. Today, expect a high of 56 degrees.
See, 56 is the high. So, well, it is February, March, excuse me. At least I think I got the right year. No, I was just joking. Mom. Oh. Hey, Richard.
Yeah.
Did you ever know a guy named Art?
Art what? Art Bell?
Art, he's Art Bell. I don't know who's Art Bell.
I know Art Bell. The Kingdom of Nye.
Oh, is it? I
Yeah.
just wondered because he said he knew you, and I was like, I don't. He said you blocked him. I was like, that doesn't sound like Richard to me. So I don't know if he thought a different Richard. That's why I was asking if you knew him.
Did I block an art? I don't know if I blocked an art. Must have been a good reason.
If you did, right?
Yeah, if I did.
It's like I just can't imagine that you would.
Oh yeah, I would block an art. I think I know who you're talking about too.
Do you?
Yeah, I think he's from Austin, Texas.
Maybe.
I think he's from Austin. Yeah.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
I don't think he's English. Has long hair.
Nah.
Huh?
Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, glasses. Yeah.
I don't think he had glasses. But anyways, maybe he just wasn't wearing them. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I was like, because I told him, well, I hardly ever get your name right. So Richard T.Y.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I usually say Conjured Self. So
That's all right.
Conjured Self. But yeah, I was talking to him about, because they asked me how I get into non-duality.
Yeah.
So I accidentally stumbled across it. I haven't been in it that long, not yet.
I still look follow Emerson too. He still has connections with a lot of speakers.
Yeah, he does.
Whole slew of them. Yeah.
Yeah, he started to do more of his own little.
Yeah, I noticed
thing.
that.
Mhm. That's what I was telling you about. How he was talking about. He went through a phase of only eating fruit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he was sharing that, and that's why I said I wondered if, I didn't do that, but I had what is this? Oh, it's the dog. But I had that same idea that, that would seem like a logical conclusion in that train of thinking that, to not kill any living thing.
Yeah.
A plant, an animal. I wish I'd have asked him why did he choose to do that. Maybe I will someday. He'll probably tell me it's just a story. It's like, I know it's just a story, but tell me anyway. I want to hear a story. Tell me a story, Mr. Brother Man. Maybe people are tired of stories. Some people. I don't know. No school. I mean, no work, no school. Oh, wow.
I see the kids outside.
Our kids?
Next doors.
No, I don't want that.
Little.
3:10. Oh, that was me. Where you going, George? You got somewhere to go? I just asked if you had somewhere to go.
Yes. I do.
Good.
We talked about it.
I don't remember. It's Sunday. Oh, you going to do the muscles? Are you going down to grab mussels off the beach?
Maybe.
Why? I don't know why.
He has the minus tide. I told you yesterday.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
What are we trying to say?
Right.
One that has to be shipped.
Sam Harris says that if religion is to be true, then which one? Surely the
What's this, sir?
That's my favorite.
What do you want? You want sign?
I just like him. Sarva. Ananda? Yeah, see? So yeah, all of it, none of it. It's everything he does. It just cancels everything out. The Swami. Yep, non-duality, the art of the shortcut. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Oh wait.
Mm.
Right?
It's oh. Seven degrees
What?
Celsius.
Oh,
7 degrees Celsius right now, Peterborough.
38? No, 39 Celsius or Fahrenheit.
If I switch it to Fahrenheit, let's see what it says.
37, 38?
It should switch to Fahrenheit if I change it to Fahrenheit. Let's see. Where's Fahrenheit?
Just ask Alexa. Oh no, that's not it. I haven't seen anything from that Ian guy or Iron. Iron. I really liked his style of speaking.
Ian?
Ian, yeah, that was it. I did take a break though for a week or so. trying to find this dang thing. I don't seem to find it. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. No, stop. Oh. There we go. Today's Sunday. Well, hey. You ever heard of this? Oh, I'll have to just copy it. You ever heard of this guy?
Who is he?
I just put it in chat.
Oh,
I can't say his name.
yeah, Bendijo
Yeah.
Massaro, yeah.
I just heard of him recently. Oh, there's my daughter. I think it's funny. She always says, "Good morning, my handsome dad." It's like, oh, such a sweet child. Oh shit! How come I can't remember anything? Oh well, fuck it. Oh, I gotta close my door. He just rattled on. What a bitch I am, right? The fuck, man.
No, that's all right.
Oh shit! I should show you this picture. It's funny. Let's see, it's me right after I woke up after surgery. Let's see. I don't know if I. Oh yeah, I can send it to you right there. Oh wait, did I just share it with my daughter again? Damn it! Oh, sorry. Damn it. Did you get it, Richard? Did I share it with you? Let's see.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I
in
did.
Messenger.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, let me write it. Sorry, I didn't mean to send that again. I was trying to forward it. Yeah, I woke up after surgery. I explained it. The reason my face looks like that is I was laying on it for 9 hours.
Uh,
So it looks like I got 2 black eyes. Yeah, whatever. That's pretty cool. Look at this. These caterpillars ate that leaf like that. Pretty cool.
Hmm. Hmm.
Filters.
Hmm.
What the fuck is it? Nothing to stay, non-duality. From a This is something I've never seen on. Hmm. Whoa, whoa. Let's see if I can share that. You see that?
Yeah. There's nothing to say. Oh, Ariana.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's
That's pretty
silly.
good intro, huh?
Yeah.
It's a pretty girl. Woman. Started 2 minutes ago.
Premiere
Huh?
in progress.
What?
Premiere in progress. Oh, you're in the chat. I'll visit it too.
What?
I'm going to go in there too. I see you're in the chat room.
Okay.
YouTube. Haha.
What?
I'm there.
Asked to join. That was 1 day ago. Uh-oh, what happened? Oops. What happened?
So
There she
there's
goes.
nothing to really say
Well, then don't say anything.
because all saying, all talking is already not saying.
You see the message I put in there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Says when you send a message, people will be able to see it. Yeah.
And there's nothing to really point to because there's no position anywhere. There's
That's
no
quite a clear camera.
Yeah, good picture, huh?
position or perspective or
What's not happening?
There's nothing to point to. There's no subject or object. And so there's nothing to really say at all.
Oh, hush. You can go out in a minute. What's not happening? Everything. I already know the answer, but I gotta write them anyway. What BS? There is no one to wake. Awakening is in relation that there is no awakening. You cannot grasp yourself by yourself because you are one. This is a paradox. Something like,
And so
what is their response? Why are they saying that?
I don't know. That's just what they put on there.
there really is nothing to say.
It's not funny, dear. Ah, shit.
Understand.
Right?
Nothing to figure out.
Just be, right? That's just it, man. Just be.
Yeah.
And be good at it. No. Well, you know, whatever. I don't even know where he comes off saying this.
Like there's nothing.
BS. There is no one to wake.
Yeah.
Who's he responding to? It's not you.
Nah,
It's not me.
He's just putting it out there. So
It seems like there's.
Oh, I guess I see it now. Okay.
Important. Something important. There's a person, or it can be an awakening, whatever. But there's not even talking right now. There's not even what's happening. There's not anything. There are no things. There's no objects. There's no things as like events in time or items, objects in space. There's not even space or time or distance or sound or silence or form or formless or movement or stillness. There's not anything. And all of that is just whatever, because I'm just saying really just blah blah sound. And there's nothing that's actually important. Like, really, what a bunch of stories.
You don't like stories.
What a bunch of stories. And even saying stories, like, come on, like, there's nothing to say. But like saying is not saying. So even if there's no talking, there's already not even that. And even if there's talking, there's already not even that. There's not even anything. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one. That's how we should all just talk to each other. Blah, blah.
So somehow there's
I don't want to hear that.
talking and recording and making a video. there's not even that. There's not even anything. Like, there's no you there. There's no subject looking at a video, an object. There is no subject looking out at a world. There's nothing looking through the eyes. There's nothing hearing through the ears. Like, there's no inner world. There's no outer world either. There's no inner or outer. There's not two, no boundary.
Is it an innie or an outie?
Yeah. We need to know.
That can
That's funny.
Like, it seems like there's a person in the body or a something in there, consciousness, maybe presence. Just somehow it seems like there's a sense of you in the body, or you as the body.
There you go. Yeah.
Either you're in the body or you are the body, one of the two. Something about
Body.
it feels like there's a real body. And so there's an inner and an outer. And of course, like when you feel like you are the body, of course there's fear of death. Because the body apparently
Guys?
dies. But what's bizarre is that it's not really the body, there's not even the world, not anything, and not even that. Like, and it's bizarre how illusory, like it's illusory. The inner world and the outer world, it's all illusory. There is no inner or outer. But it's bizarre how real that feels. Like you really feel that what's being seen is coming into a seer. What's being perceived or observed is coming into the observer. Subject, object.
I'm buffering. Processing.
Or what's being said is coming out of a sense of a doer or a speaker. A sense of you. You feel real. You feel like you're present. You feel like you are existing.
I knew it was purgatory. No, I think. Uh-oh, she looked at me. I'm kind of scared now. It might be. No, no, just you, William. Just you. No. I'm being tortured. How come they got all those fun symbols and I don't? Oh, what happened? Oh, okay.
It's not real. The inner world isn't real.
What the hell's going on now? Oh, Richards, okay.
The boundary isn't real. But it's not wrong. Like, feeling bound, feeling separate, that's already wholeness. That's already boundless. So it doesn't matter.
Wait. You guys went out. In and out, in and out.
But as long as it seems like there's an inner world, it's like all this stuff is stored in the body. It feels like you're real, there's an inner world, and there's like past. Somehow the past is like, in a way, it seems like it's stored in the body.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Or like built up frustration, built up anger, built up sadness or insecurity or doubt or whatever. It's like all bottled up, stored in the body. But not really, because that whole inner world is completely like, it feels real, but it's like, what even is that? I don't know. I don't know.
She don't know.
You know, like things like, I don't know, like when it feels like there's
Safe to say.
like there's stuff to do. Like there's maybe like healing, and that's not wrong. It's just what apparently happens, I guess. I don't know, but I'm really no authority. I'm not any kind of expert or a doctor or therapist or professional or I'm not any kind of authority. I'm not really anything. I don't know. But
There you are. You're Ariana.
Here's something, Toss. I put something in the chat and I'm trying to get rid of it. It won't go away. There it goes. No, I heard a bird. Yep. Here. No. I keep wanting in and out. Here's how my sees everything.
Ariana-ine.
Yes, he's Irani. That's great. Okay. Did you want to stop and get some smoke?
Of course. Can you subsidize?
No.
Well, I don't. Well, I come up short.
I don't know what you'll come up short at.
Me either.
Well, how can I subsidize that?
Well, it's $20, and then I get my discount.
No.
That helps with my pain a lot.
I'll loan you $20. Is that what you're asking?
It seems like
Yeah,
everything
I don't have to do it.
it's like
coming into an inner world.
coming into an inner world. So there's
Good enough.
Information.
There's information.
All right.
Real
You
information.
better deal.
Real world.
Real information. There's real world. There's real knowledge.
Look at this pretty girl.
Me, I'm taking
Not
more
weird.
information. I'm
I'm
collecting
taking
more
information.
Look at this
ideas.
pretty girl.
This one right
Collecting
there?
more
Ideas.
What you showing her off?
No, this
information.
person.
Now I have
Showing her off.
to play with.
Well, not everybody's seen Arianiing.
I'll just
See?
Concepts in a way
Look.
that
I know what you're talking about.
understand reality or somehow
What's apparently going
a
on.
sense of, you know, there's an outer
Where did
world,
it go?
And I need to take it in,
absorb
the moment, absorb information, and I
and
need to,
do something, or at least be secure,
or at least be secure,
feel knowledgeable and safe and
feel
secure.
knowledgeable and safe and secure and
Echo.
I don't know. It's like a vacuum. It's like
no, it's like a vacuum. It's like taking it all into the filter. It's like a filter.
It's not you.
And it's
I
not
can't hear
even
anything.
that. It's
I
not
don't know.
anything. There's not even a filter. There's just what's apparently happening, and not even what's apparently happening. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. What a mess. What a mess. Apparently. There's nothing to understand because any understanding is just rearranging stories and concepts, organizing beliefs and ideas. So reality, this apparent reality and what's going on cannot be understood. Doesn't make sense. There's no answer or conclusion or final belief structure that can believe what's apparently going on.
Figure this one out. Listen to the birds. You hear them?
Yeah.
I used to not notice those things. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, it is.
Everything is unknowable.
Hello, hello. I know,
What a sigh.
right? I gotta send
What a
that.
sigh.
Oh God. Oh, that's great.
Oh.
Did that get sent? I don't know.
Let's see.
So there's
No.
nothing to get.
Oh, you put snow? Yeah.
Yeah. Snow. And she's our rainbow. Or she's the frosty snowman. I'm not sure.
So, there's nothing to attain. There's nothing to become. There's simply just what's apparently happening, which can't be understood.
Why can't this be understood?
And so
I just
anything can appear to happen. So
I think they
trying to
blocked me.
get something or attain something, trying to become something or someone, that's also just what's apparently happening. And so it doesn't matter.
Oh,
It
what?
doesn't matter. Like,
It doesn't matter.
effort, trying, hard work, working hard, effort appears effortlessly. I don't know. Effortlessness.
Slow mode is on. What the fuck is slow mode?
I don't know.
There's really no choice in anything.
It's what it says. Chat publicly as William Lockwood. Slow mode is on. What are you doing, Ariana?
There's no face even. There's no body. I've heard like people say, "Oh, is it like you're headless?"
Yes. No.
It's not like that. It's bodiless. There's no separate
It's worse than that.
body. There's no world. There's nothing at all, and not even that. Everything's nothing. I don't know though. It's not like anything. There's like what I'm talking about isn't a condition, but the illusory sense of a separate individual wants a certain condition. It's like you want to get to a certain condition. You want to get to a certain state. You want to get to a certain way of living or way of being. You want to get to a condition. But really, like, there are no conditions. So the apparent liberation, and liberation doesn't mean anything, but the apparent liberation is the collapse of conditions, the collapse of trying to live in a certain condition or get to a certain thing. It's the end of seeing conditions. It's the end of seeing change or difference, or separate objects, separate things. I don't know. Like, there's no definition or rule or condition. We don't really know. Like, apparently happening. Unknowable everything.
Oh, they're blocking me from constantly chatting. Why is that? Mm-hmm. No, they put a slow-mo on this dude. They'll be filling up the chat with shit. I know, it is gorgeous.
Wow. And there's not even that. There's not even.
Oh. Now a human appeared out of nowhere. Did you see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
there's not even a view or a tree or a body. There's not even anything, and there's no subject looking at anything. There's no subject or object. But the bizarre thing is that the illusory sense of a subject is trying to see an object. Because when you feel like a subject, you feel like I'm talking about an object or a condition.
Right back. I got it.
Or a actual
All right.
thing. But I'm not talking about anything specifically. I'm not talking about any kind of object or condition. I'm talking about everyness, which isn't even anything. Nothing really. Not anything. But simply already everything. But everything is not a thing or a condition. It's all apparent things and apparent conditions which aren't even real and nothing's happening. And this sounds like nonsense. Like I know how it sounds, kind of. Like it sounds complicated or impossible or unattainable. And it really is. But it's not impossible because it's a thing to get to. It's impossible because it's already the case. Complicated and it's not simple because it's not any condition. It's already the case. But the case isn't a case. It's not a certain condition or rule or limit. So everything I say, it just totally.
What?
Sounds like nonsense.
I knew it.
But I mean, isn't everything nonsense?
Yes.
Isn't everything everyone's saying just a bunch of stories that
Yep.
don't actually
Matter.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It don't matter. I'll say it. What supercell? How y'all know that it's unknowable? The same way you don't know.
So it's just a chill hangout, you could say. I don't know.
You see that guy's question?
Yeah. How do you know that it's unknowable?
Yeah.
There is no how. There is no how.
You're gonna break him. Oh, shit. There it is.
Something about the sense of concept is that it can never actually exhale. It can never actually relax, really. Well, I don't know, like, whatever. But it's like the energy of it, it seems like it's always like holding itself together a bit. It's somehow a little bit self-conscious.
No.
Somehow it's a real entity in time and space. So it's somehow that apparent contraction.
What are you writing, Richard?
Oh, it's putting a delay, but I'll get there here in a minute.
Okay.
It's delaying my text.
I know, right?
Yeah, I texted too soon, but it'll let it go here in a little bit.
It's a description that the sense, that contracted sense, it's always.
Are you gonna ask him a question?
No, I'm gonna put a silly answer.
This is real.
Okay.
Somewhere, I'm becoming something.
Is this live? What is live?
There's real time and space. There's a real reality. This is solid. Everything's actually happening. It's really like, it's like, dang. Really
Look
holding
how-
it together.
Look how blissful she looks.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. She's obviously enlightened.
Are you not?
Well, I told you I cut it up already. Why can't you put mayonnaise on the bread and sandwiches? What? He went to the pot store. You want me to cut the bread for you?
I'm gonna take a shower.
Okay.
Oh,
I feel like I've done most of it, you know? It's like, you need to do something, right?
God.
Make me a
So I
sandwich.
eat it for you too?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they say. Do you want me to eat that for you too? He's funny. Ariana. She's not paying
Yeah.
attention. Where'd she go? Ariana. It's like she's not even there. What's this? What's going on? No, it's Memorex. Richard, that's too fucking funny. It's Memorex. Send it. Can I send it? No, it's Memorex. That's too fucking funny, man. Oh, brother. Oh, ow. Let's see. Oh, it hasn't showed up on my other screen. Let me go back to your screen now. Oh, wait, how do I do that again? Oh, there we go. Wait, how come I can't see me and you? Where is it? Richard? Richard! Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm still here.
I can't start.
It just takes me off whenever I have her video on.
Oh, okay, because I was like, I don't see you. I
Yeah,
thought maybe.
when I share the video, it takes me off.
Oh, okay.
It puts me in mute. That's what happens.
All right. I still
But
don't
I'll
see
leave-
the thing. Huh?
I'll leave it like that for now.
Okay. Well, if you do leave, let me know.
No, I'm not gonna leave.
I don't
No,
want to talk to myself.
of course not. In a little bit.
Like, man, this is the best conversation I've had with you, Richard.
I know. Okay, here it goes. There. No, it's Memorex.
There you go. No, it's I just think that's so funny, man. I know it's sad. Is this live? No, it's Memorex. Oh shit.
Only our generation will get that one.
Right.
Cowbell. Let's
She's
put a
doing
cowbell.
voodoo. What? Oh, I thought she was doing voodoo or something.
Silly Ariana.
Cowbell voodoo. Bell ringing. Oh,
Silly Ariana.
I'm gonna put this up. Hopefully I can. Oh, shit. You know, they used to say that about ringing bells, right?
Yeah.
It chases away
Ah.
demons.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
That's why I said she was doing witchcraft. Just joking. Boy, she looked at me that time.
Uh,
What you talking about?
who'd you talk about, Willis?
Yeah. You talking about Willie? Yeah, another thing they don't get.
Yeah, our generation get it.
I'm not, what do you mean, Willis? What does that even mean? You boomers, man. It looks like if you look on the left side of Ariana, well,
Yeah.
I think it's the right side. You see that trail where it looks like she walked from?
Uh-huh.
I thought, oh,
Yeah.
I wonder if that's her trail. Or a trail. Uh-oh. Oh. I don't think people like our comments. Oh, they could be blocked from responding too, huh?
Yeah, true.
It's like, come on. You know it's Memorex. I hope they're not so young. I mean, she's young. Look at her. Boy. Oh, there's that bird. Now I got my own birds in there I gotta feed. Make me a sandwich, Grandpa. Grandpa.
There's nothing to understand.
That's for sure. You know what a relief that is? When somebody, you don't really need to understand nothing, just be.
Like, there's no thing to know. There's no thing or condition to know or understand. Like, really, there's just this and not even this. Like this, so reality existence isn't actually real or happening or solid or in time and space. It's just appearing.
Oh, there's a middle finger.
And not even two phases of appearing and disappearing. It's just bang, disappearing, appearing. Disappearing, appearing.
Oh, Ariana, you're funny.
I don't know.
But I don't apparently. I
don't know. Disclaimer. Apparently, I don't know
anything.
Anything.
Yep.
That I say, and I'm not even saying anything. So don't listen to me. Don't listen to me.
There's nobody there. Don't worry about it.
Words and what I'm saying, I don't even know, and it doesn't make sense, and it's just nonsense. Blah 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 talk.
I love it.
How's that for mind-blowing nonsense? Nothing.
It's great. We love it. Oh, she's somewhere where it's snowy and windy. Jiminy Christmas. Come on, let me type already. I want to send it. By the time I send it, it won't even make sense. Oh, heck. Your turn? Oh, there it goes. Namaste, Ariana. If I could spell it, I would. Richard, nobody's watching, so you're okay. Hey, can I like that? Let's see. Is there a? Let's see. Oh no, just report and block. Dang it. I wish you could like certain comments. Premiere in progress. Started 2 minutes ago. I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
Yes, I was like, nobody's watching. That's rude.
Yeah.
You're not popular enough. Oh shit. Funny. If you would like to get info, what's it say? Oh, dismiss printing something. Dimitri sounds so familiar. Well, probably common. Oh, Me Long. Was it you that liked Me Long? Oh man. I listened to Me Long once and she said, just get rid of the, what was it, the subject, and then there's no objects. And I was like, damn. That's pretty heavy.
Yeah.
It was a heavy concept at the time.
There aren't even any subjects to get rid of anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
How can you present a subject that isn't there?
Look at my daughter. She sent this, I don't know what they call these, filtered pictures.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Oh, wait, you can't see. Or can you see? I can't tell. If you
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I see.
We're not on the shared screen.
Yeah.
Even.
Mhm.
Yeah. My daughter. I forgot to like it. What is this? Non-dual procrastination. I forgot to say that's what apparently is happening. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, what kind of award would I fund? Cha-cha. People haven't said cha-cha for a long time, huh? Cha-cha.
Yeah.
I haven't heard it. Cha-cha.
Well, she ain't saying anything.
No, Ariana. Nothing happening.
Oh,
Yeah.
well. I guess I am going to hit the road.
Okay, Richard.
Okay.
It's
Man,
been
it's been a
talking.
good, it's been a
Yes.
good what? How many hours? 1, 2,
It's 10
4?
almost.
Wow.
4 hours.
That's quite a long time.
It does go by, huh?
Yeah, it does. That's
That's probably
all
why
right.
we don't. That's why probably a lot of people are going, I'm not going to spend 4 hours watching a bunch of. It's
You
all
gotta
good.
entertain the people somehow, though.
I know. We'll have to get dancers behind us.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening because I guess a women are back there.
There's nothing to see here. Move on.
Right. Okay, buddy. You have a good day.
Yeah. All right.
There's nothing to say
Well,
because
wait.
all
Let's let her say a little
talk
more here.
about
She's speaking
consciousness
again. Wait.
Yeah.
We thought it was over.
understand reality, which isn't even anything. All talking, all knowing doesn't know anything. Knowledge doesn't actually know what's apparently going on. Beliefs and belief systems cannot actually believe what's apparently happening.
True.
It's a mystery. It's a mystery for the apparent mind. So much that the mind can completely
Break. Oh.
all mind, all mental chatter is chatting about
Nothing.
Yes.
stories.
Say it.
Say it. Oh, it's too funny.
I don't really know, but then also there's no condition because it doesn't matter. Like
That's right.
if there's apparent mental chatter,
doesn't matter.
or apparent not, or stories or thoughts or
Trying to cut
ideas
your
or
fingers off. You
there's
coming in here to show me you're gonna cut your fingers off. Why are you cutting bread in my room then?
I was gonna ask you something, but I forgot what it was.
Should you use a cutting board to do that maybe?
No, I was gonna ask you if you wanted one.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's such a good grandson.
Do you?
Yeah, I'll take one.
Okay.
That seems scary though.
It is scary. He's making it. No,
Attempts to understand, all of your attempts to make sense and know what's going on.
Here, I'll close your door.
Thank you, grandson. I didn't really say that.
What?
No structure or belief system can ever make sense or believe the apparent reality, which isn't even definable or knowable or believable or understandable. And there's not really a reality because there's no condition. There's nothing. And not even anything I say. Not even that, not even this, not even anything. And not even. Nothing, I don't know.
All righty then. All right. I'm going to leave it at that.
All right.
We'll catch you maybe next weekend, perhaps.
Yes, Richard. If
All
I
right.
put
Yeah.
out a message, it'll either if I hopefully like next Saturday. I don't know. I'll probably be up early, so I don't know if you want to do it Saturday because if I make it, there's supposed to be a Saturday learning session. I don't know how well I'll learn anything, but I'm gonna give it a shot.
All right. Saturday then.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Have a good
See you
week.
later.
Okay.
Have a good week. Take care.
Mhm.
All righty. Bye.